And welcome! Red Leaf Retrocast Wrestling 108. Fight in the top. Forbidden Door. Ricky, we are Stanley Cup fucking champions.
Go, Avs, go! Go, Avs, go! Go, Avs, go! I've had Blink 182, all the small things stuck in my head for the past 4 days. It's been a spectacular 4 days for Denver residents. I actually got to attend the parade and the rally this morning, celebrating the Stanley Cup champions, because my office is right there. And so I just walked down. How fun to be a part of something like that. It was just, I'm thrilled. It's so exciting.
This, in my fandom, so let me explain something here, because this is truly a first for me. See, I grew up in Houston and didn't really discover hockey until the Dallas Stars got super good in like 99. And that's when they started showing them on TV. Okay? So I'm like, holy shit, I can watch hockey now. What is this hockey? And that was around the same time that the Quebec Nordiques moved to Colorado.
Yep.
So I fell in love with hockey. Along with basketball and baseball and the other sports I was watching. But obviously in Houston, can't really play hockey, ice hockey. So it was like a foreign concept to me. And so then I'm like talking to my parents about it. And we would go to Houston Aeros games, which was the minor league team of the era. And I always knew that my parents had their teams. My dad was a Devils fan, mostly actually a weird Bruins fan, but really the whole family has been Blackhawks fans. Okay? Chicago Blackhawks.
Interesting.
So I was like, all right, I got to root for my own team. There's no team in Utah, and Colorado just got a team, and I was already a hardcore Rockies fan. So I'm like, oh, this is perfect.
Okay.
I'll root for the team that the Rockies are in the same town as. Colorado Avalanche. Here we go. And it was also around that same time, as you know, where it was the Joe Sakic, Ray Bourque era, Peter Forsberg. So the team was already really good. So that also helps into
they came in hot.
Yeah, and they won like 2 cups immediately. And I go, okay, so those 2 I don't really count in my fandom because I was just getting into it. Okay. So it seems a little lame. It's just like, oh yeah, I just became a fan and my team already won. Nah. It don't work that way. So the more I watched, the more I got into it. And by that time in like 2003, we were, the Avalanche were on the downturn and it's been like a waiting game ever since. Okay.
Sure.
Yeah. So the Bruins.
Have any of your other teams won championships? Like any of your baseball team? Like, I don't know who you follow. You're a Rockies fan. Who do you follow for basketball?
The Rockies have never won the division once in my lifetime, or in their lifetime.
Right.
They made it on a wild card once and got all the way to the World Series and got swept. So that was depressing.
In 2007.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, the one time they made it. So that matched up with my other. So the Utah Jazz are my favorite basketball team, and they haven't done anything of relevance really since 1998 in the back-to-back NBA Finals where they lost to the Bulls. So another Chicago wins over me.
Got it. So my teams, I didn't start watching hockey until after the 2004 lockout.
Okay, so you're kind of in that same ballpark of waiting for Colorado to do something.
Well, Devils are my first team. I'm originally from New Jersey. The Devils are the team that got me into hockey. And so I started watching hockey in 2004. I moved to Colorado in 2011. And then at that point, I was still holding a grudge against the Avs for the 2001 Cup, even though I wasn't watching hockey at that point.
Right.
But I understood the history and
they beat the
series
Devils in the finals,
and everything that happened. They did. And
yeah. So that was the series that it was me and my dad watching it together. And that was a really good child experience when you're 10 to 12 years old watching this and you're having a nice little fun time there. Yeah.
So 2012 was a great Devils team when we made it to the Stanley Cup Finals that year. Unfortunately, we ran into the Kings, who were just hot as fuck, and the Devils just could not match up. So this was my first Stanley Cup celebration. The only other championship that I've celebrated in person where I've gone to the parade and done the whole thing was the Yankees World Series parade in 2009.
Well, the Yankees do have a title or two to their name, yes.
Yeah, and it wasn't until 2009 that I was like a grown-up and I could do it myself. I mean, I was a grown-up before 2009, but I didn't win in those years.
Yeah. So this... And I must also say that when I moved to Germany in 2005, there were local like minor league hockey teams there, and then in 2008, that's when I moved to Hanover, and there was a hockey team there, and I went to like every game because it was like €3 to get in. It was free beers if they scored like 3 goals or more. It was so much fun. Then I moved to Canada like years after that, and that's where I like really got into the Toronto culture, and it's very infectious and fun. So I learned what being a depressing Leafs fan is like. I even saw the Toronto MLS team lose in the finals on penalties when I was there.
Yeah.
And like Real Salt Lake won an MLS Cup, and that was interesting because they got it's weird because the MLS essentially had like every team make the playoffs, so Salt Lake got in with a losing record, and then they proceeded to win every game on penalties, including the finals. So that's like the that's technically a team winning, and I celebrated, but the MLS isn't really all that popular, well, at least at the time.
Sure.
So it's like, okay, it's got to be, if I'm celebrating a team of mine winning something, then it has to be either the Avs, Rockies, Jazz. Like, those are my main 3. And then...
I do just want to point out, though, that I was super excited when... DU, University of Denver, won the Collegiate Hockey Championship this year, and the Colorado Mammoth won the Major League Lacrosse, whatever the indoor lacrosse league is. They won their title this year, too. So it's been really fun in Denver. Denver is definitely now a hockey city. They had members of the Colorado Mammoth and members of the DU championship hockey team both participating in the parade today, which I thought was really nice. Also, one of the Denver high schools won a national championship this year. So Denver is a hockey town officially. That's super exciting.
Yeah. And I must stress that I don't care about American football at all. So that's like a non-entity to me.
Well, I'm a Jet fan, so I may as well not care.
May as well not care, right? So the Colorado Avalanche, it's just been this. The team I think is run quite well, and they've always had the sense of trying and rebuild and doing a lot of the right moves. Not so much the Rockies, except outside of like maybe 2 seasons. It felt like that. Like they've just been a
because
depressing
their ownership doesn't care. Their ownership doesn't care. No. The front office of the Avalanche cares. They give a fuck. 5 years ago, the Avalanche had 48 points in a season. They were the last place team in the league with only 48 points on the whole season. 5 years later, they're Stanley Cup champions.
Yeah, well, what I think the hardest time to be a fan was from like that 2010 to 2017. It was tough. Hard. They were so in the early 2010s. They weren't like the dirt worst, but they were just above it, and they just could not climb like out of that hole, and they were just slowly getting worse and worse over those years. And there was like two guys on those teams. It was like Eric Johnson and Gabriel Landeskog. He was drafted in 2011. And Landeskog, I've watched this guy on the team. He was on the Paul Stastny squad, and who was the other? Who was the third guy on those? Anyways, the point is rough times, and once they got the McKinnon pick, that's when this team finally invested in itself, in getting free agents, in making very good statistical moves. And one thing this team was always flawed about over the last few years was defense. So Eric Johnson, Jack Johnson, double Johnson action, like they were doing okay, and then the goalie situation was always also more or less above average, and then it got really good. You know, it
was above average, and then two goalies got swiped by the Golden Knights, right? Didn't two of them go? One went with the expansion, and one went to free agency. But
one went to free agency, got picked up by Washington. There was a trade in there, and to be fair, he was kind of hurt. He was getting hurt a little too often.
That's true.
So that's when Grubauer came in, and I was a huge fan of him, with my whole German fandom, and he was on that German national team that went really far in the Olympics, and he got real good. Like he's a top end goalie, and they lost him to the Seattle Kraken, and that's
what it was, expansion, yeah.
And that I really thought that team over the last 3-4 years really had a shot, and they've lost the last 3 years in the second round, just got bounced. It always seemed to come down to defense and maybe something missing when it counted in the offense. Because even when the defense...
What it came down to, I think, is depth, and that's what happened this year.
Yes, exactly. So that's where I was heading, because the second and third lines just would never score. It was always on the Landeskog line, and if Stastny would ever go cold, or any of these other guys, there was no one ever to pick up the slack. So even if you get your occasional game where the defense came to play at an elite level, you can't win games when you only score 1 and 0 goals. So that's what was happening. And I think the major turnaround was Cale Makar.
Oh, 100%. So let me interject with Cale Makar. So it was a point of contention in my household. So I am loyal to the Devils before I am the Avs. My partner is a native Coloradan and bleeds blue and burgundy. So the few years when the Devils and the Avs both were lower on the lower in the rankings and had early draft picks, the Avs had actually performed worse in all of those years, and in normal league would have gotten the first draft pick. But the way the NHL does it, they do a lottery. The lowest 4 or 5 teams get mixed up, and it's random.
Right.
And 2 out of 3 years, the Devils stole, quote unquote, the first round draft pick from the Avalanche. And this has been a point of contention in my house since 2016, I think was maybe one of the first years, 2015, 2016. Yeah. One of the first years that happened. So Makar was one of those draft picks. So it was the year. So the first year, the Devils picked Nico Hischier on the first pick, and then I forget who the next year their first round pick was, or the first overall pick. I think the Avs were going to take Makar no matter what.
I think so as well. They were really high on him, and the team desperately needed elite defense. And those were the moves that they were making. They were really trying to fill out their defensive lack of depth, on top of really trying to get a handle on a first-line defense to hang with McKinnon and Landeskog. So Cale Makar, and I remember this a few years ago, when he was just out of, I believe it's UMass, and
Yes.
there was the very controversial move just before the playoffs to bring him up, and that would have cost a full year of his contract. And it's like financially not smart to do. But clearly they saw something nobody else did, and even in that initial playoffs, I think he scored 9 points in 12 games as a defenseman.
Something like that. He scored a goal in his very first NHL game, which was a playoff game. He had just come off the playoffs, right? I don't remember if they were in the finals or not, but UMass is always in the Frozen Four.
I believe UMass even made it to the Frozen Four.
I think they were in the finals, and I think he might have won MVP for that series. And then, no, he did. He definitely did. He won MVP of the collegiate finals of the NCAA hockey finals, and then the next day started for the Avs, scored a goal.
Yeah.
In the playoffs.
So the Cale Makar move really proved that this team is all in, and that's important for fans as well when you see this team is really, really trying. And after getting bounced the last 3 years in that second round, I felt this with the Jazz a number of times over. Definitely with the Rockies, where you have your star players, you have these guys that if you fail, you always get this, or at least in my fandom. Mm-hmm. You can only fail so many times before you just finally go, and the teams do this too. This team's not working. We got to start over. And it really felt this year that if they didn't at least make the Stanley Cup, it was a bust, and this team was going to go away. You got the feeling that McKinnon was frustrated being an elite player in the league. I argue he's a top 4 guy in the league after like Austin Matthews and Connor McDavid, and I'll throw Leon Draisaitl in there from Edmonton as well. And it's Nathan McKinnon. But after these playoffs, after this regular season, and after this Stanley Cup Finals, I got to throw Cale Makar in there as a top 5 player.
Absolutely. But the thing is, so like we were talking the difference between the Rockies and the Avalanche. The Avalanche front office put all of their eggs in the 2022 basket.
Yeah, they had to.
They picked up, they picked up, oh my gosh, I just forgot his name. The goaltender. They traded a lot to get Darcy Kemper from the Phoenix Coyotes because thank you.
Because they knew if they were going to compete with this kind of last year with this squad, mm-hmm. that they need a goaltender, even if they have to overpay for a journeyman goaltender, and they got 2 of them
for 1 year.
Yeah, they got Francouz and Kemper.
Okay, so Francouz cannot be overlooked when we're talking about this Stanley Cup team, because the depth that they had at goaltender is how they won. Kemper got stabbed in the eye in the first round, and Francouz had to play 6 games. Kemper, I don't know if you knew this, I only just heard this today. After his eye injury, he was seeing an eye specialist 3 times a day to retrain his eye because he couldn't see the goddamn puck. He got back to it within 6 games. Fortunately, they didn't sweep the second series, but they won in 5, I think. So they had some time to rest.
Yeah, they beat the Blues in 6, and they beat the back-to-back Stanley Cup champion Lightning in 6 as well, and they swept Edmonton and they swept Nashville. So they only lost.
That's right.
They only lost 4 games in total.
So I think he was injured in the Nashville series. And so because they swept, he had time to recover, because the other West series all went to 7. So he had time to recover. But holy shit, Francouz is just a phenomenal backup goaltender. He played for like half the season. Again, depth is the story of this team, is the story of the Stanley Cup. Let's not forget about Nazem Kadri, who they brought in.
They got him from Toronto Maple Leafs, and he's a goon. He has a reputation. But one thing that proves in hockey is it's not a penalty goon league anymore, but it certainly is. It's weird that you always see these elite teams have this at least one guy who gets chirpy, who gets chippy, and that's Kadri on this team.
I'm sorry.
What's up?
No. I'm sorry. He is not as dirty as people think he is. He is chippy, and he is as close to a goon as you can get on this team. But there are way many more players in this league that are way dirtier than Kadri.
No, every team,
some of them.
Yes, every team
playoffs.
has one. Corey Perry, notorious goon.
Let's talk about Corey Perry. Let's talk
Lightning.
about what the Vancouver got, or no, what series was it? The Blues. I don't know. There was a hit. The hit
that took out Kadri,
took him out.
and he broke his thumb. And this dude was playing with a surgically ice repaired broken thumb, however you were to pronounce it.
Dude that took Kadri out is actually the goon that people think Kadri is. And my favorite part was when they won the Stanley Cup and they did the interview with Kadri. They asked him about like his detractors and people being racist and whatever. And he's like, to all the haters, you can kiss my ass.
Yeah, it was fucking
Literally
great.
said, kiss my ass.
Yeah. So what's crazy about this team, and then we can finally talk about wrestling. Is
wait, this is a wrestling podcast?
Yeah,
not a
crazy.
Hockey podcast?
It's not. Yeah, it's not a hockey podcast. I know, right? The moves this team made and Joe Sakic and what they were doing was you couldn't dream of it working out the way it did with Kadri coming over from the Leafs and him having like a 90-point season, really solidifying that second line. Cale Makar really coming into his own as an elite player. The beginning of the season, this team was kind of rampant through injuries, and it wasn't until January that Rantanen came back. Landeskog had knee surgery.
Yep.
But from once they got healthy, a good deal of the team, once that 2022 calendar turned over in January, this team was unfucking beatable. It was insane watching them play week in and week out. I would have watched more Wednesday games, but it's kind of tough on the Mountain West, and Dynamite's on those nights. So
sure.
But the weekend games, it was just incredible. The speed this team had and the physicality was just, I have the only other team I could think of in the last 22 years that has played remotely like this is like the 2011 Chicago Blackhawks, that just massive Kane Taves team.
Was that the team that was undefeated for like 20 games at the beginning of the season?
Yeah, I think so. Like that Blackhawks team was incredible. Yeah. They had that little mini dynasty going on, and then free agency and cap hits, and they have to sign, and that's what the Avalanche are going to have to. That's what they're challenged with this offseason is these pieces that they made moves for, especially at the trade deadline, of Valeri Nichushkin, who's like one of my favorite players now. Goodness, I fucking love this dude.
Same.
You got Lehkonen, who they made a move for, and there was a couple other guys, but those are your kind of main two. Because Nichushkin and Lehkonen, I think Lehkonen scored like 2 game-winning goals to put the team ahead.
Scored 2 game-winning goals. Newhook was in there. I mean, like the young guys too. It's such a team effort, and hockey is the best. It's going to be a very different team next year, though.
Yeah,
like you're saying, because they made all these moves at the deadline. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they have at least 6 key dudes up in free agency. So this isn't going to be. It's going to be very hard for them to pull something like the Lightning have, where they just like the Lightning. For all it's worth, I mean, this team could have easily won 3 in a row, and that truly is a dynasty level team because. Mm-hmm. They have one of the best goaltenders of the last 12 years. They have Kucherov, who's one of the strongest players in the league, along with Steven Stamkos, an elite goal scorer. Like, this Lightning team is incredible, and they have so much depth also in managing cap space, and they've struggled through maintaining that cap space. While Colorado, it just happens that, and this goes into why this was the last year they could possibly have a team like this before it gets essentially blown up, is because so many guys they just, you're not, I don't think you're gonna, like, if I was to pick one guy to keep in free agency, I'd go a little bit further with Nichushkin personally. There's no way they're keeping Kadri. He's going to ask for a ton of money, and I don't blame the guy.
Millions. Yeah, no, of course. We can't afford him. And I don't blame him. He should get what he's due. I'm just feeling like, okay, so the 2012 Devils did the same thing that the Avs did this year. They picked up all these guys in free agency. They picked them up on, they picked them up at the trade deadline. They picked them up on deals. They were going into free agency at the end of the season. And the Devils have struggled since 2012. But what I saw with the Devils at the end of this past season, because they picked up, they've made some great draft picks. They picked up some people along the way. The Devils are moving forward now the way the Avs have in the past 5 years. So I think the Devils might be on the same trajectory. Now, I don't think any team will be this team. No team in the future will be the 22 Avs. It was really special. The way they all came together, young guys, veterans have been on the team, EJ for 12 years. Landeskog has been on the team for 9 or 10. McKinnon with no cup. And it's just, No team is ever going to do it. But so I was in New Jersey for my cousin's wedding, in between round 1 and 2, or between rounds 2 and 3. I forget. And my family knows that I'm a Devils fan, but obviously I've lived in Colorado for over 10 years now, so they know I know what I'm talking about with the Avs hockey. I couldn't believe how many random relatives that I didn't even know followed hockey came up to me to tell me how great the Avs were and that they were rooting for them and that this was their year and the Avs can't lose. They can only beat themselves. Like, that was the thing that I kept hearing this year. And I had to agree, like, this team was unbeatable. The only way they were losing this cup would be if they lost it themselves.
Yes. Yeah. And that goes into that last ditch effort that we're talking about here. And so often after you see a team like this and they have to now struggle with tough decisions on who they keep and who they pay, that's when you just see like a really struggle for the next 5 or 7 years. So when it's going to be super interesting as a fan, and it might get a little rough here, but what we've experienced as Colorado Avalanche fans is we've seen, in my opinion, an all-time great team. I'm not saying this again. I must stress, this is not a dynasty team we're talking about. We're talking like single season.
Flash in the pan, but not.
No, well, it's definitely not a flash in the pan, because the last 4 years, this team has been good, and they could have won any of those previous 3 seasons, but they couldn't pull it off. Teams like the Vegas Golden Knights just put together something much stronger. The Lightning were there, even though they didn't meet them in the playoffs. But you get what I'm saying. This team, from January to now, is an all-time great team. McKinnon, Makar, and the supporting staff really, really came through. And I don't know what this team's going to look like next year, but what they have done has made they've made, at the very least, McKinnon and Makar, in terms of hockey, possibly franchise for life players.
100%. Could not agree more. And I definitely misused the flash in the pan phrase. I just meant that this was a special, once in a lifetime team, and I'm just happy I could be here and celebrate it.
Yeah. So I got my 2022 Stanley Cup champions Avalanche jersey on order. Landis Cog, Captain O'Captain on the back. And I just went ahead and also purchased a retro Quebec Nordiques for my little Canadian fandom there with Joe Sakic on the back because he was one of my favorite players.
So until recently, I was actually not sporting Avalanche logos or Avalanche gear at all. But what I would do is they started selling retro NHL Colorado Rockies gear.
Yes.
And if you know, the Colorado Rockies were obviously a Colorado team. They moved to New Jersey and became the New Jersey Devils. So I bought a whole bunch of Colorado's Rockies retro gear.
That's pretty
so people
cool.
thought I was celebrating the home team when really I was supporting the Devils.
Well, the Rockies are one of the worst teams in baseball this year. It just happens to be there's like 5 teams, uber worst. So baseball fandom, it's not going anywhere. I guess I'll just continue rooting for the Toronto teams until further notice. But Colorado Avalanche, Stanley Cup champions. What a fucking team this has been. What a journey. I haven't been this happy as a sports fan ever. This is the first time I've ever seen a team of mine win a major title. Hanover in Germany's in the second league. It's just, this is great. Let's talk about some wrestling and kind of run through some of the little stuff because I wanted to devote a lot of time to this podcast to a little bit of hockey, and who knows if people like the hockey talk, maybe when hockey starts next season we can kind of open up with some opening like hockey thoughts. But let's just get into it. GCW, I Never Liked You. I went to that show. There's exclusive live feedback coverage on the Patreon, patreon.com/redleafretrocast. You can hear my live reaction thoughts at the venue of watching Will Ospreay and Nick Wayne, which is going down as probably like a generational type match. There's an epic spot in that where I'm right at the turnbuckle when Nick Wayne goes for the Poison Rana off the top and Ospreay lands right on his feet, and because it's a Poison Rana, Nick Wayne landed just staring at him, flip and land on his feet. It's a fucking rad as fuck move. It's one of the best moves I've ever seen live, and being that close, it was incredible. So you can listen to my live thoughts over the entire show, and honestly, it's one of the best, no, it's the best indie show I've been to this year. And as you know, I go to at least 2 shows a month, seemingly. I will be going to Ring of Honor Death Before Dishonor next month at the end of July here.
Yay.
Yeah, I'm going to that. So Jay Lethal Samoa Joe is enough to get my ticket.
Perfect.
I'm excited for that. LLPW journey continues. Retro Joshi Women's Wrestling. Hear my thoughts over there. Just did an episode over the hair versus hair match of Akira Hokuto versus Rumi Kazuma. Very important match through the history of LLPW and where they go from there, right at the heart and start of the interpromotional era. And of course, naturally, the episodes that brought the Patreon into existence is the Joshi 2010s journey out of the dark ages through Joshi Women's Wrestling. Episodes come out every 2 weeks there. So you get at least 4 episodes per month on the highest tier each and every month, and an extra article or 2 or an extra episode on top of all that. Now, matches and topics from outside promotions. We have AAA Tijuana Triplemania. Did you watch this?
Okay. So, yes. Okay. There was an Avs game that night.
Yes. There was many picture-in-picture things going on for me.
I had like 4 screens on that night because the Avs are playing, and people are going to moan when I say this, but the rule in my house is real sports come first. Sorry. Predetermined sports are very important to us in this house. My partner is also a big wrestling fan. But yeah, I mean, you just heard us talk about the Avs for 45 minutes, so you understand how important hockey is in this house. So I had the Avs game on first. Finally, a little bit into the day, or a little bit into the evening, I put on Prestige Wrestling, and then you reminded me that AAA was on. And then I remembered that there was the Pride show in New Jersey that day. I was like, oh my God, there's too much. Anyway, long story short, yes, I watched AAA.
Okay, so what was your takeaway from this AAA Tijuana show?
I thought it was one of the better shows as far as match quality. I didn't love the main event.
No, and you knew that kind of had a ceiling on it, a low ceiling, because of the Jeff Hardy situation. Matt Hardy with Johnny Superstar, Johnny Mundo Man, doing goofy AAA shit there. But Dralistico and Dragon Lee, I thought, brought the fire to kind of make up for a lot of its limitations.
Absolutely. Penta is now in the finals for losing his mask.
Yeah,
and I honestly don't know which way that's going to go. I can't call it.
I think Viano Ford's losing that mask. I think it's pretty clear to me because the Psycho Clown already has a lot of masks under his belt, accomplishments, and with Penta having so much. I think he's 37. I think he's only won a couple masks over, and this will be, I believe, his first like real legend to take a mask off of. And Viano 4, this dude he's found I wouldn't say a fountain of youth, but he knows what's getting over with this crowd right now. And man, it really bums me out that when AAA have these feeds going, they've decided instead of us hearing the crowd go fucking crazy in these stadiums they're running, all we hear are the comedy and the crowd muffled, or the commentary and the crowd muffled. Because when I'm like looking up live like video feeds people are posting on Twitter of people there, the crowd's going nuts for these Viano 4 matches where it's just buckets of blood, just punching, beating the shit out of each other. It's like retro AAA grunge lucha libre at its finest, with him and Psycho Clown hitting each other with beer bottles and going nuts. And put that in with the La Parka match from the last Triplemania that we watched. This dude is on fire right now, and he's ending his career soon. So Pentagon taking the mask off this guy will be a major accomplishment for Penta. And if I'm AEW, I would find something to work out with AAA and make this some major accomplishment and do something with Penta on TV. And I don't expect them to do that, but I really wish they would, because this is kind of a big deal.
They might. I mean, before AEW tag titles existed, the Lucha Brothers and the Young Bucks went for the AAA tag titles on pay-per-view. So, I mean, they have a friendly working relationship. So
yeah.
I don't think it's totally out of the question that they might do something like that.
Well, I mean, on the same show, there was that wild Lucha 5-way that is getting match of the year. Yeah, match of the year candidacy, and I totally agree. Where Phoenix won the unified Latin American title and cruiserweight title. So, man, so he's got a big accomplishment. Penta's expected in, I think it's August, maybe it's October, when that match against Viano Force happening, to have the Lucha Bros come out with Phoenix with the title and Penta with I would pull like a Chris Jericho WCW vibe, where he just comes out with Viano Force mask and he's parading this thing around, and you just have commentary just going, back in Mexico he took out a legend, and the Lucha Bros are on fire, and you can I think that's like the next tag team matchup once, because I fully expect FTR and the Young Bucks to have kind of an all titles on the line thing at some point this summer.
I expect them to put all the titles on the line in the main event of All Out. That's what I would like to see, and I would like to see FTR win the AEW tag titles from Young Bucks in the main event,
Interesting.
I'm like adamant that this needs to be the main event. FTR is so over. This needs to be the main event. AEW takes tag wrestling seriously. It can be a main event. It should be a main event. FTR should win all the gold and send the fans home happy at All Out.
Yeah, the trick is, though, that's pretty far away still, considering. I mean,
2 months.
2 months, yeah. They could get away with it.
Actually,
my question
Let's see. It's the end of June, so we have all of July. Yeah, 2 months.
All of August.
All of July and all of August.
Yeah,
it's doable. It's doable.
Well, the big X factor there is how much does New Japan want their tag titles? I know they don't really care about it as much as others.
Does it matter right now because the G1?
Yes, but that's going to be over by that time.
Who cares? New Japan doesn't care about their tag titles anyway.
Well, I'm wondering how much do they care enough to have AEW make a match like that? And I don't know. It's interesting. I would totally do that as well. Because we don't know. I mean, the big X factor is we don't know when CM Punk's coming back to do.
I would say All Out.
Well, if he's coming back, I mean that seems like the biggest. Even with all these titles on the line for the tag titles, I mean that screams at least semi-main, for sure. And as proven in AEW, if you're semi-main, that's kind of equally as important these days.
True.
But the CM Punk Moxley match is the match to make. So anyways, I agree with that. But yeah, there was that wild 5-way, huge recommendation that got a full 3 out of me. And I'm definitely higher on this match than a lot of other people, but it's the Chick Tormenta, Lady Flammer mask versus mask match. It's the first women's mask versus mask match. It's the first woman to have her mask removed. And I wish they would have done a little bit more build to it, much like the men. But here we are, regardless. The cage match wasn't so great, I'll be honest. On the pre-show,
the cage match was.
Yeah, I
kept asking you what is happening.
Yeah,
I feel like I was texting you every 5 seconds.
Yeah, a lot of these women just haven't ever worked like that. They got the wacky Tarantes thing going on there. A lot of the women are also in their early to mid 20s, especially Lady Flammer. But regardless, to that match, they worked it like it was the most important thing in the world, where the husbands were involved and they treated them like fucking nerds, which they are. They're shindy nerds out of Mexico. They're not even in major promotions. So the women kicking their douchebag husbands out of the ring, no, this is our fight, but if you get involved, it's not the worst thing because I kind of don't want to lose my mask. So that's kind of a fun little dynamic there. And then all their factions came out for faction warfare. When something, would I have preferred a one-on-one match? Normally, yes, but Chick Tormenta, she's not the same wrestler she was 5-10 years ago. Sometimes utilizing all the bells and whistles you can and making it overbooked, maybe it works out for the best. And I think in this case, it really did, because the absurdity on the outside with all the factions trying to take each other out, and then the last 2 people in the ring trying to take an opportunity of downtime to pin each other and get it over with. A little whacked out on the finish there, where Tormenta didn't kick out of the Frankensteiner, and then Flammer just immediately picks her up and throws her to the table and pins her. I was like, okay, we're almost there. You messed that up, because I was about to go full 3 on this, and then that kind of finish happened. I was like, oh, such a bummer. But Lady Flammer, I believe she's 23 years old.
Wow.
She has a ton amount of potential and marketing value to her, and her getting this mask win over a veteran like Chick Tormenta is huge for her career and her accomplishment. And I really wanted to give that due, because as a women's wrestling fan, I am all about that and giving the women their due. And it really, I was really engulfed in the story and the match happening there. I know I'm the high guy on it, but here we are. It's like a match I give almost a full 3, but it's definitely a 3-star Big Dave scale type match. Know what I mean?
Yeah. No, that's fair.
Yeah.
I don't think we mentioned that Jeff Hardy's replacement in the main event was Johnny Hardy.
Yeah, we mentioned that. Yeah.
Okay.
What'd you think of the Blue Demon Penta match? We didn't talk about the match itself.
We didn't talk about the match. Honestly, I don't have a ton of notes on the match. The only thing that I wrote down was that there were no Penta babies on the entrance. That is literally the only thing I wrote down. I was like, there are no Penta babies?
It's now a requirement for Penta in big matches to have one of his 30 children come out. Yeah.
That is literally the only thing I wrote down.
I thought that match ruled.
I think it was good. Yeah, no. I remember having good vibes from it. I just didn't take notes because, again, I had 3 or 4 screens going that day. So it was hard for me to focus my energy on a single screen or a single match. But I do remember, yes, thinking it was a really great match. And, I wrote down, are they writing Penta off for some reason? Obviously he lost the match, but I don't remember why I thought they might be writing him off or giving him a kayfabe injury.
No, it's just something AAA does when they do some big devastating move that they put it over by kind of stretching guys out and treating them differently. Was
that what happened? Okay.
Yeah. But I thought that match ruled because Blue Demon was fucking heavily motivated. He was, when they're doing Canadian destroyers off the top rope through a table to finish the match, and then you see Blue Demon pop up, hit the ropes, and just go, yeah! It's he knows what he did was fucking sweet.
For sure. I like when moves pop the guy who did the move.
Yeah, he's fucking 50 whatever years old, doing a flipping pile driver through a table to retain his mask. It's like, fuck yeah, I'm with you too, Blue Demon. Fucking do that shit.
Yeah.
Dude, the old people this year are, when they're hitting, they're hitting.
The old people this year, holy shit, let's talk about, all of the old people. And okay, anybody over 50 this year is just fucking destroying the wrestling scene.
Unless you're in Noah, that company can go kick rocks right now.
Okay,
their old people suck.
Okay, I don't know what's going on in Noah, but let's talk about Sting doing the dive and Jericho getting swung on top of the cage. We can talk about the Joey Janela match in New York, the GCW match versus oh my god, I can't remember his name. He's 70.
Oh yeah.
Oh my gosh, I can't remember him. Whatever. Anyway, yes, the over 50s this year are just, yeah, I can't. It's insane.
So Konosuke Takeshita has been hitting the indie scene, and he had a couple big time matches. One against Mike Bailey in West Coast Pro. You can actually see this for free on YouTube. And then in Prestige, one of, I guess, our favorite indie wrestling now is Prestige Wrestling out of fucking Oregon of all states.
It's up there.
Lee Moriarty and Takeshita. All right, so which one did you like better, the Mike Bailey or the Lee Moriarty one?
I don't know that I saw the Mike Bailey one, and
I went
huge
full 3
Mike
on
Bailey
both
fan.
for what it's worth.
Where was the Mike Bailey one?
West Coast Pro. It's Northern California. Yeah, so you can here. I'll send Okay, so talk about the Lee Moriarty match, and I'll send you a link to the Bailey Takeshita match, so you'll be able to watch it later.
Unfortunately, by the time that match went live, again, I had 3 or 4 screens. All I wrote, I texted you, Moriarty versus Takeshita. We'll have to talk about it, but I didn't take any notes, and I don't know what to say. Story of my life. It was a very, very busy Saturday. It was a Saturday. I love Lee Moriarty. I mean, as an East Coast avid IWTV watcher, Lee Moriarty's on my radar for a very long time. So I love seeing him get spotlight matches, get featured, have holding titles, all that stuff. I I don't really know what to say because, like I said, I have no notes. But I can tell you how I felt, and I just felt like that match was important.
Yeah, so the Bailey match is being regarded as the best indie match this year. Big Dave Meltzer, Big Dave guy, he went almost...
Uncle Dave!
Yeah, I like to say Big Dave.
Uncle Dave!
Look, I'm watching retro WCW during the shit years, and there's David Flair, and there's a weird-ass promo in front of the Michael Jordan statue where it's Ric Flair and David Flair going, "Son, you're going to make all these fans be like Dave. They're going to say, I'm going to be like Dave. We're going to be Big Dave. Big Dave going to win the U.S. title." He's going nuts. So I was like, Big Dave. That's all I call Dave Meltzer now is just Big Dave. Because this guy is important to a lot of wrestling fans, especially wrestling fans that listen to podcasts. Like, Dave Meltzer's a major source. He's one of the he is arguably the top wrestling journalist out there. And his star ratings just drive people insane. And it's hilarious. Like
-5 stars. Sorry, that's God. Brian. But no. So Dave Meltzer was probably the first wrestling journalist that I listened to. I mean, I got into wrestling through the British YouTubers, actually.
Yeah, I remember us talking about that. Yeah.
What Culture Pro Wrestling is what the What Culture World Cup is what got me into indie wrestling and wrestling in general. So What Culture were my news guys.
Yeah, and they just read off Dave Meltzer newsletters and whatnot.
But right, exactly. But and I love their personalities. And then I watched the Wrestle Talk guys and I watched the Cultaholic guys, but they are only regurgitating stuff that came from other sources. So I started going to the sources, and Dave was obviously the first one that I went to. We've been members of or subscribers of the newsletter since, I don't know, maybe when we started, watching wrestling again in 2017. Uncle Dave.
Yeah.
Uncle Dave.
Well, he almost gave the Bailey Takeshita match 5 stars. The Lee Moriarty one, I don't recall what he gave that one, but essentially the Bailey one is more flips, a lot more strikes. They went insane on that end, and then the Moriarty one, because of his style, I delved more into Moriarty picking a body part away and slowing it down a little bit more. I think that's why it got a little less fanfare than the Mike Bailey match, but these two were just more incredible. Technical. Yeah, and Takeshita's just been on an absolute roll and tear, and
he has way more dates coming up to stateside. Most of them are West Coast, but he is making a move towards the Midwest and then towards the East Coast, I believe. The next one that's coming up that I'm super excited about, you know how much I love my wrestling Kevins.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah.
Kevin Blackwood versus Takeshita, July 22nd at Prestige. I have a friend in Portland. I asked him what he's doing that weekend, and he said nothing.
Oh, all right.
So if I
down for that,
if I can make it work, I might go out for the weekend to see Kevin Blackwood versus Takeshita. There are some other great matches on that card too, but that is the draw for me.
Yeah. So if I'm TK, big Tony Khan over here, big promoter man, and Konosuke Takeshita killed it on your TV twice over against Lethal and Hangman Page. He's absolutely got his murderer's row of excellent regarded matches, and he's clearly getting over with the U.S. crowd. Let's fucking push this guy in your company.
Push him to the moon!
You have this man for an entire year, and time is running out. Let's not waste any time with this guy. It would just be baffling, and I would say malpractice if we're not going to utilize this guy on your TV while you have him, because you actually know the end date, and there's so many injuries in AEW right now. Now's as good a time as ever. I mean, an extended feud with like Pac for the All-Atlantic title, I think would be perfect. Maybe he even loses a world title match before heading in that direction, and he could win the All-Atlantic title.
Oh my god! Can you see my face? Holy crap. Okay, so we haven't gotten into Forbidden Door, so we haven't talked about the fact that Pac is the inaugural All-Atlantic champion. Right. But I think last week, or maybe the episode before, we talked about how Pac is my favorite wrestler.
Have you seen any of his Dragongate work when he was a champion over there?
Some. I haven't delved deeply into it, but I have seen some of it.
I can point you at 2 big matches of his that
please
really I can point you in that direction. But yeah, the Moriarty Bailey match, Takeshita, excellent. And then one last thing before we move on to the AEW New Japan talk. That'll finish us out before we move on to me going solo for all the Joshi news and topics at Stardom and WXW. Is the She Won over in Pro Wrestling Eve. It was a big weekend. Alex from Stardom Quest was there live for the whole weekend. Naturally, there was, of course, something wrong on the replay for the She Won. The feeds were actually pretty good. The commentary was much more calm and laid back this time around. There wasn't screaming and saying "fuck you" the whole time, and this is fucking the commentary swearing. I may swear like a sailor, but I don't need commentary doing that. They were much better this time around, but it was very frustrating when I'm seeing replay videos region locked when I'm a paying customer. That was frustrating, but you watched quite a bit of this too, didn't you?
I did. So I had it on my TV. There were times that I wasn't actively watching, and I just kind of had it on in the background as kind of like background noise, or I would glance up. But Alex Windsor, holy moly.
There you go. What have I been saying? What have I been saying about Alex Windsor all goddamn year? This woman is on a tear in 2022.
I don't remember you and I discussing her on the podcast or even in a private conversation. So I'm just glad that I recognized her talent, like kind of on my own. Like, it's hard to be a quote unquote new wrestling fan, even though I'm very well versed. I feel like I am still a new fan. And so sometimes, the flashy stuff gets me, and sometimes the pageantry gets me, and sometimes I'm blinded by sports entertainment. So
happens to us all.
I'm just glad that I could what was that?
It happens to us all.
Yeah. I'm still, in the infancy of my wrestling fandom. But it's hard to ignore what Alex Windsor does in the ring.
Yeah, you got a favorite match of hers from the She Won?
No, only because I wasn't actively watching or taking notes from the She Won, unfortunately.
Right. So the tournament, just to catch the listeners up on it in case they hadn't seen it or maybe need a reminder, is it was a 3-block tournament, ABC. The A block was the Alex Windsor block. The C block was the Emerson Jane block with Takumi Aroha in it. And was supposed to be Jamie Hayter, who couldn't make it. Then they had a replacement who then got injured. So they had their series of unfortunate events there. And then the B block was like the champion's story block. So Jetta is the Eve champion, along with the international champion and Laura Di Matteo. And then there was Casey, the former Casey Owens. And forget who the fourth person was. I think it was Rio O'Reilly. Yeah.
Oh, maybe, yeah.
So that B block was terrible. It was pretty bad. It was. It just didn't anything that they did. It never worked out. It was very low level. It was very rough, and the booking it turned out that their decision was going to be that the winner of each block was going to go to a 3-way in the final. And Casey came out of the B block, and she got injured before the final. So it ended up being a one-on-one match, and it turned out to be a blessing in disguise because that was the best match of the tournament. Emerson Jane against Alex Windsor.
Yes.
And Emerson Jane is no slouch either. I've been a fan of hers for a number of years, and she keeps getting better. I do think she needs a major gear upgrade, much like a lot of these women in the UK specifically. The gear is very, it's not good. You said the pageantry and presentation is important. I totally agree, and that involves gear. And there's as a fan of Japanese women's wrestling, the gear is so important to their own presentation, and I just love seeing all the designs and everything on it, and it's an extension of their personality and character as well.
Absolutely. Gear is important.
Well, when you see somebody like Alex Windsor come out in her entrance, and she's coming out throughout the shows in different kinds of gear, and it looks very professional, she herself comes across as a much bigger star for it, even before the match starts. I think the only other person I got that from, I'm putting Takumi Iroha and Veni, the Joshi wrestlers that came off to the side for this argument, because there's Rio, R-H-I-O, not Riho from AEW.
Rio.
She's the other one.
Yep.
She's the other one that comes out as a much bigger star, and she's kind of a developing wrestler in her own right, and I really like what she's bringing. And her and Alex Windsor have tremendous chemistry because they just trust each other to beat the shit out of each other, and I love it.
Yeah, for sure.
I love that. But the overall takeaway was B Block was bad. One thing or another just never worked out, and that's kind of their just main event storytelling. But on the flip side, the Emerson Jane story of her cheating and not being able to beat Charlie Morgan was very compelling.
Yes.
Yeah, and that carried over into the finals. I could have done without the roll-up finish in the finals.
Can we just be done with roll-up finishes in tournaments?
Thank you. I was just talking about that yesterday. In fact, the Stardom 5-star.
Every single women's Owen Hart match end in a roll-up.
It wasn't every single one, but it was the last 3. It was just back to back to back, and on the fact that now we've seen Marina Shafir in both her matches and via roll-up as well, because they have this weird infatuation with protecting her. It's very and then
Sorry,
I watched.
Listeners, I wish you could see the face on that one, because that was just I was flaming through my nostrils.
Yeah, well, then I when in what we cover on the podcast and what I watch, when I compound that with all of the roll-ups in the King of Gate tournament in Dragongate, the constant roll-ups we're seeing in AEW. I'm watching Catch the Wave, and there's roll-ups galore there, along with draws, and then Stardom had a lot of roll-ups, and there's too many roll-ups going on. It's like a trend.
Too many goddamn roll-ups.
Sometimes you get a good one, but if there's 50 of them that you're seeing, you're just can't someone just, I don't know, win?
Win? Yeah. Can't someone just be better and get better on their opponent? Yeah.
Yeah, it doesn't feel like they're winning.
But yeah, and that's the whole thing with finishes like that, or DQ finishes, dirty finishes, whatever it is. It's okay, if you didn't want the loser of the match to look bad, don't book the match.
Right. Yes. Exactly. But my top match was easily at least from a work rate and story perspective, was the finals. Emerson Jane, Alex Windsor. Alex Windsor's one of the best women's wrestlers of the year so far. I don't have my match guide nor my
She's up there on
podcast.
Your list.
Yeah, she's I believe she's in the top 10 now. She might be one. She's definitely she's definitely the top foreign wrestler outside of Japan right now, without question. I have her her body of work in 2022. It's better than anything. It's certainly better than anything Britt Baker and Thunder Rosa has brought this year. It's if I will give credit, if Bianca Belair in WWE had more quality matches, then she would be at the top of the list. But she's only had 2. That's just not enough for me. And my fandom was like, well, okay, you can point to 2 great Bianca Belair matches. I can point to like 15 Alex Windsor matches this year.
Sure.
You know, it's just different animals. So yeah, I think the She One accomplished what it went out to do, and I think the right person went over. And this is interesting because I'm not going to bring this up later. Is AEW and Eve are involved in TJPW, the second biggest Joshi promotion. Alex Windsor, upon her win, not only challenged for the Eve International title, which extends her rivalry with Laura Di Matteo, who beat her for it this year. I like that move. I like it when a tournament winner wants something that means more to them than just de facto main title. I do like that every once in a while. But she also used it to lay out a second challenge, the other international title, Maki Ito.
Yeah. Maki Ito has improved and impressed me so much in just the past month or two. I'm just so excited to see her work against quality opponents. And so that is a match that I would love to see.
Yeah, and so that's going to be on, I believe it's July 9th. At Summer Sun in TJPW, and that's a pretty stacked card for TJPW consistently, because one of the big criticisms of Tokyo Joshi Pro over the last year and a half, 2 years, is their staleness. They've lost a lot of talent for one reason or another, and they just really haven't pushed new talent into the main event scene. And when you roll over your roster so many times, you're not really elevating talent. Having foreigners like Alex Windsor come in and have some connection to your promotion, because she just faced Choka Nakajima a month or so ago, and that was good. This bodes well. I don't know how a lot of these foreigners are going to get over to the Japanese crowd, but this is a good start, and it's something they definitely need. And I think the show is going to do well attendance-wise as well. And I don't know. I also don't know how much fanfare it's going to have in this Western market, but having Thunder Rosa go over and face Miyu Yamashita, which I think Thunder Rosa is losing that match. So then Miyu Yamashita can come over to the US.
Wait,
and they will have that match.
Is it for the title?
No, it's non-title, and that screams to me angle that she's going to lose. And that makes sense booking-wise to have your home talent win on home turf, and then when she goes overseas to be on Thunder Rosa's home turf in AEW, that's when she can actually lose a match, and no one ends up looking weak, and the politics kind of work out that way. And they split 1-1. That makes sense to me.
Wait, so I'm sorry. Thunder loses the non-title match, so that way
Miyu Yamashita
have a title match?
Right. Miyu Yamashita can now challenge for the main title. Yes.
Oh, and then they can hopefully do a video package and say,
right,
this is what happened. But we know how great AEW, quote unquote, great AEW is about video packages and explaining why matches are important with people outside of the promotion.
I'm sure they'll do it on like some Road Tour countdown YouTube thing. It's whatever. For us, it will mean more. For people like you and me.
For us, it will mean more. And I do watch the Road Tours and I do watch the countdowns. And they add a lot to the product. And I don't want Dynamite to be 3 hours, and I don't want Rampage to be 2 hours. I think 3 total hours of television is plenty. They've got to do more with these external storylines. Like if you're introducing, like on television, they need to, like I thought the Dynamite where they had a squash match on one screen, and then they did a dual screen with a it was either a video package or an interview. I thought that worked. Because the match wasn't super important. It was main, or it was like mid card. I think it was like Hobbs and Starks versus Jobbers. So you know how it's going to end. That can be on like the larger screen, and then they put the interview or the video package in a smaller split screen. I thought that worked, and I'm surprised that they haven't gone back to that, because that's a great way.
Yeah.
I thought it was a great way to get more storytelling into a 1 hour show. That was a Rampage show.
I'd rather them just not do the squash match. There's, I think that's a case of too many.
Well, that's true too. You don't have to do the squash.
Yeah, I think that's a case of too many things kind of going on at once, and you can't concentrate on others because people won't know what to concentrate on, and you kind of need to gear people in one direction or another instead of just running a couple things at once. But anyways, that Summer Sun show is also going to have Shida and Riho and a couple matches on there. Aja Kong, Mesa Ruga is going to be on there. So there's a lot of...
Mesa Ruga!
Yeah, there's a lot of outside talent coming in to kind of beef up that show, along with a Rika Tatsumi Shoko main event there. And I hope Riko wins. I'm tired of this Shoko run. But anyways, we're going to take a quick little break. And when we come back, it'll be AEW New Japan talk.
Before we go to break, I just wanted to mention... and on the last podcast, I had talked about going to some local Denver shows, specifically Lucha Libre and Laughs. Unfortunately, the week of Lucha Libre and Laughs, I had tested positive for COVID. And so I didn't make it to the show. That same weekend, after the main Lucha Libre and Laughs show, a lot of those performers went on to do some outdoor wrestling at the Denver Taco Festival that weekend. Again, I had tested positive that week, and I just didn't feel comfortable around crowds, so I didn't make it to those shows. The next big thing coming up in Denver, the same Lucha Libre and Laughs promotion is doing free wrestling at the brewery this Saturday, July 2nd, and Sunday, July 3rd. So I'm going to try to get to at least one of those for some free wrestling and some good craft beer.
Hell yeah. All right. Take a quick break. And we're back. We had quite the intermission there between you and I. I came across a Ryan Satin tweet where he was interviewing one known as Shayna Baszler. Maybe you've heard of her.
I enjoy Shayna Baszler a lot as a person and a wrestler. I think she's just a phenomenal. I think she's a great person. I think she's a great wrestling personality, and I think she's a great in-ring talent. Now, what you're about to say, what happened in this tweet, I don't necessarily agree with, but I just want to be behind Shayna Baszler because I do think she's fantastic.
So Shayna Baszler had a good couple years in NXT, and that's all she's had throughout her career. She had good matches with wrestlers way better than her, like the former Kana and Kairi Hojo. But anyways, her comment was the following. The NXT female roster in 2019 was the best women's locker room and bell-to-bell roster there has ever been, even over All Japan Women.
So my favorite is that she adds the even over, because 2019 NXT Women's Locker Room was phenomenal.
It was good. Yes. Io
there
Shirai.
Was great talent. Yeah.
A lot of good talent there.
Was there. Asuka, I think, was still in NXT. No, not in 2019.
She wasn't kicking around, but I mean,
Ember Moon was still there in 2019.
And most of these women are in AEW now.
Well, Candice had arrived. I mean, the 2019 NXT Women's Locker Room was phenomenal.
It was
but the
good.
fact that she adds the clause to the end of that comment, like knowing there are other locker rooms that people are going to be like, what about? And she's like, nope, even better than that.
Yeah, she's basically saying this is the greatest roster of women that has ever existed and put on the best matches ever. And I'm like, I'm sorry, excuse me. It's
that
just,
might be its own podcast. We might need to have.
Look, it's just a comment where
podcast.
My brain essentially breaks because it's so utterly like factually incorrect. Like, like we're talking about a roster that could barely draw anything outside of their little dinky place in Orlando, Florida, comparing it to rosters that sold out the Tokyo Dome and Budokan Hall and all these other like even from a money perspective, it's just not even in the realm of comparison. Like it was a development roster of indie women that weren't even ready for main roster WWE. So what are we talking about here? Now, if we're talking about like training conditions, okay, we probably have an argument to be made here.
Yeah, that's a different argument though.
But yeah, like she was specifically talking about matches and women on the roster. It's absurd. But speaking of match quality, AEW New Japan had Forbidden Door, but we're going to start off with a quick little thoughts and feelings, big picture over the G1. The G1 blocks were announced. And we got...
they were announced at the end of the Super Juniors, right?
Yeah, it was in between the...
During the Super Juniors final?
Yeah, it was during the Super Juniors final. But we actually have the full blocks here broken down, which they just had the announcement of who was in it. And It's going to be 4 blocks this year. And I'll first start off. How do you feel about the 4 blocks as opposed to 2?
Okay, so I don't recall how many participants were in the tournament when it was a 2-block format. But so in the 4-block format, there are
28.
8 times 4?
It's 20. There's 28 people in this year's
2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh, 7. Okay, so 7 participants in each block. What was the question?
So how do you feel about 4 blocks as opposed to the 2 that we're accustomed to?
I don't know. We'll have to see.
Okay.
I
think...
I don't know.
I personally am neutral on it. We'll have to see how the matches turn out. It is arguably less matches, less wear and tear on the body, and because it's still a large field, 6 matches is still good to go, in my opinion. If this was like 4 blocks and there was only like 4 people in each block, it'd be a totally different story. I don't like that when the field is so small. It's very rare because then you're only getting like 3 matches, and it's very rundown. But A block this year is Lance Archer, Jonah, Yano, Okada, Lawler, Jeff Cobb, and Bad Luck Fale. I think what screams to me in a lot of these blocks, without kind of going through the others, is the 2 names in each block where it's seemingly like off nights.
A dream match. No, I was going to say there are 2 names in each block where there's a dream match that I've always wanted to see.
Well, I know what you mean there, but I'm more what's because we're whittling down essentially how many matches these people are going to have to still have people like Bad Luck Fale and Yano in there where they're just there for the off night, I think is a waste of a spot, and it's taking away I don't want to say prestige, but it's taking away the specialness of the G1, and it kind of brings down my fandom and anticipation for what that is. Because as we're going to go through watching these, I'm more inclined to just pick and choose than kind of watch full shows.
Yeah. No, that's a good point. And I think Fale is a good shout. I think Yano, though, I mean, obviously he's a joke, literally and figuratively. But he's kind of standard in the G1 at this point, and his matches are always a crapshoot. So
I get that, but there's
I look forward to Yano in the G1.
My argument against Yano at this point is you can book really anybody to do what he does without the comedy.
But like, who do you want there? Do you want without the comedy?
If you really want, you can do like Taichi. He can be an example of every once in a while he can roll up somebody in 3 minutes.
Yeah, you could.
Zack Sabre Jr. is another guy that could do something like that. I personally
look forward to Yano in the G1 because I never know what he's going to do or what's going to happen, and I like comedy. So, Yano, I would like to keep. Fale, I'm with you. Like, he does not need to be there.
Right, he can hardly move. It's guaranteed to be a bad match. He's clearly only there to have a bad match against Okada and pin him, kind of deal.
Right. The match that I'm looking forward to in that block is Tom Lawler versus Okada.
I am with you. I'm with you on that one.
Before we move on to B block, I need to move on to my next battle of Bubbly.
Oh, hell yeah.
Here you go, friends. Ready.
Excellent.
Who's on B block?
So B block is Taichi, Tamatanga, Ishii, Jay White, Sanada, the Great Okan, Master of Bitches and Hoes, and Chase Owens.
Bitches and hoes. Again, Chase Owens doesn't necessarily need to be there. I love him as a member of Bullet Club. I don't love him in this tournament. I know, I don't understand. I like Chase Owens as a member of Bullet Club, but
less so as a person.
and Okan too, as a tag team guy and as a whatever. Sanada, in the top 20 most handsome men on the planet, so I'm okay with Sanada being there. Also, I do obviously love him as a wrestler, but Sanada, wholly handsome. B block is largely okay, I think.
Jay White, Ishii to me, and this feels to me Ishii's last G1. He's up there in age. He's definitely slowed down.
What, 38? He's not super old.
He's 47.
What?
Yeah.
No.
Oh, yeah.
I thought Ishii, okay, so when I first saw Ishii wrestle, I thought he was older, but then I feel like at some point I found out he wasn't as old as I thought. But so 47, it surprised me, but at the same time, I'm like, okay, so yeah, okay, this might be his last G1. Okay,
yeah, so I'll probably watch every Ishii match this year. Make it a special occasion. That Jay White match really sticks out as something.
Oh yeah,
very important.
That'll be fantastic. Ishii has, as long as I've been watching New Japan, Ishii has been a standout to me. I understand why he means so much to so many people, including myself. He is just a special talent. So, yeah.
C block: Kenta, Zack Sabre Jr., Goto, Tanahashi, Naito, Aaron Hanare, and Evil. This is probably going to be the best block. Aaron Hanare is finally in it. I like that spot for him. Not so high on Evil, but everyone else. I feel like, and this is where I'll just say this. Well, actually, I'll save who I think is going to win each block at the end.
C block is largely the work rate block. It's the where we're going to see the most mat wrestling, and because we have the talent that we do. Evil being in this block is the wrench in the gears, right? Largely, people largely credit or discredit Evil for bringing down New Japan during the pandemic era. So we'll see. At least
in terms of the Western fandom, for sure.
It's well, it's not all Evil's fault, obviously, but yeah.
Well, he's the wrestler, so I blame him. D
I mean,
block.
well, yeah.
Yujiro Takahashi, he's in the G1 again. Perennial bag of socks loser Yoshihashi. Rock hard Juice Robinson. David Finley's in it, so he's finally in it. I like that spot for him. Shingo, Will Ospreay are in the same block. Hell yeah. And El Phantasmo coming over from the best of the Super Juniors. The Will Ospreay El Phantasmo match and even the Shingo El Phantasmo match really sticks out to me as something special. I am saying do not sleep on El Phantasmo. I don't think he has a shot of winning the block, but I just have this feeling that New Japan is super high on this guy. I think they're really priming him for an important position in Bullet Club going forward. He got the big Forbidden Door spots in the Sting match.
Yeah.
This guy does mean something. Could I see him playing spoiler to like Shingo on the last night? Absolutely, I could.
Absolutely. I'm with you.
Yeah, do not. He's my big like sleeper guy to watch in this entire tournament.
Sure. I'm so glad that they're as high on him as I am because I think he's fantastic.
Yeah, and I think due to a lot of the AEW injuries and whatnot, I think that attributes to why a few more AEW guys couldn't be involved in this thing, because there was a report that came out that there were a few guys slated to be in there, but the injuries have kind of held that back.
I mean, I know Bryan Danielson's whole thing was he just wanted to be in a G1, and he's currently injured. I can't think of many. I was disappointed when they made the announcements that Lance Archer was the only AEW signee. I can't remember who I anticipated. Bryan Danielson would have been great. I know he wants to do it. What were your thoughts as far as AEW signees?
Yeah, I mean, obviously, I keep mentioning this, the injuries, I think, have played a lot into people, but yeah, Moxley was probably going to be one that New Japan definitely wanted to be in it, but the title situation changed those plans.
Oh, the title situation, that's right, yeah.
But, even if I was picking up other guys, like off the top of my head, whether it's Miro, Malachi Black, guys like that, there's definitely a roster need for those guys right now to be available, and how much Tony Khan's actually going to use them over the next 2 months, I'm not confident that's necessary, because the G1 pretty much goes by it goes by fairly quick for what it's worth.
It does. Mm-hmm.
But a summer without the availability of those guys, maybe I guess to AEW it wasn't worth sending them over or worth the risk, because they could also get injured during the G1. It's a very grueling tournament. Maybe not as grueling as years past, but would they even come back healthy enough to then attribute for the remainder of the year? So that's something to very much consider. But that said, guys like Carl Fredericks and various other
Cutters.
like various other guys, I think really would have been a preference over guys like a Bad Luck Fale. That's just where I stand on that. Now, who do I think is going to win each block?
Let's talk about that.
I'm just going to... I think it's more of just a gut feeling more than anything. But I got, coming out of A block, Okada. B block, Jay White. C block, I have Naito. And D block, I have Will Ospreay. I'm going just power 4 there. Very short and simple. I think that gives us the best semi-final matches, and I think this is Naito's tournament this year. I have a big feeling that he was not involved with Forbidden Door. He's gone through the injury, he rested up. I think they're clearly keeping him out of this to stay as healthy as possible. And with Naito's declining health, much like a lot of this aging roster, in the case of Tanahashi and Goto and these guys of the past, this is it really feels like Naito's only got X amount of time left, and you gotta, this is one thing I truly believe in wrestling, is you only have a finite time with a lot of these guys. You gotta use them while you have them, because you just never know when they can go down. I'm not saying you burn off big matches like every month, but I'm saying like for guys like Naito, he still hasn't had that defining title run. And could he? What is it? Is he still a big draw for the promotion? Yes. Is he worth having another big Wrestle Kingdom main event? I also agree.
Yep.
And I think the Jay White Naito match is very fresh, assuming that would be the Wrestle Kingdom match. And if they do 2 days, there's no reason you can't throw someone else in there, whoever that may be, Okada, for example. But I think Naito's gonna win this whole thing. Who do you think is gonna win the blocks, and who's your picked winner?
It's hard. It's hard to argue with what you just said. I definitely had Okada on A block and Jay White on B. D block, Ospreay is the obvious winner. I was between Kenta and Naito for C block. But that's just because Kenta is like a new wrench in the NJPW gears. And Kenta is just a different type of performer compared to the others that we talked about winning the other blocks. It's really hard to argue with your point about Naito, though. I could say so. If I went with Kenta, though, taking the C block, then I'm not sure who my tournament winner would be. Maybe Ospreay at that point.
I think he's also a very good pick. That depends on what direction they're going to take this U.S. title, with Juice Robinson involved, and we can't discount how heavy the Bullet Club story is right now within New Japan and their I'll say lore, just for fun.
Absolutely.
Because there's still the X factor of evil.
Yeah, there is the X factor of evil. I'm not mad that they're trying to rebuild Bullet Club, though, as the dominant faction in New Japan. I think so. On the last Dynamite, the Blood and Guts Dynamite, the Young Bucks gave a promo about how they don't have any friends left. And they were hinting that maybe one friend, and I think the one friend that they were hinting at was Hangman. So there's so many Bullet Club threads to pull at between both promotions. Excuse me. It's complicated and I love it.
It's going to be interesting. I'm still going to watch a good chunk of the G1. I'm not going to watch every match like I did with Best of the Super Juniors. It's just not going to jive with me the same way. It's just not. It's not enough fresh talent there to warrant that. And there's not. And matches like Bad Luck Fale and Yujiro is just hard skip material. We just didn't have that this year in Best of the Super Juniors. Depending on your feeling over like Master Wato or Bushi, but whatever.
Master Wato had a couple good matches. I thought, his opponents carried him to some okay matches.
Yeah, he's just a dork, much like Yoshihashi.
I love wrestling dorks, though. Like they're dorks.
And before I hit the AEW music to take us into that section, leading into Forbidden Door, New Japan had their own All-Atlantic little 4-people tournament, and even that turned out to be cursed. But the Ishii-Kanemaru match, I thought, was fantastic. That was better. That was the best Kanemaru match I've seen in years. It was so good. It was so compelling. And I really thought Kanemaru was going to beat Ishii for a second there, but we know Ishii is the bigger star in the West than Kanemaru. But that was great. And then the Clark Connors Ishii match was also almost as equally good. And that led into Ishii getting the knee injury. I think he was just like a preliminary injured guy. He even ran his own little New Japan kayfabe angle where anytime there's like a Western book style match, the New Japan guys like Okada, Ishii and company, they always cut the same promo where it's like, this is bullshit. This isn't real wrestling. I hate 3-ways, hate 4-ways. The best matches are always singles matches. That's just what they do. And there, I even heard some like acidine other podcasters out there just like, oh, they clearly they got worked by the promo. It's so ridiculous.
They got worked by the promo.
Yeah, it's so yeah. They're like, Ishii probably politicked his way to not go to Forbidden Door. It was like, come on, what are we doing?
Wait,
this guy's wrestled for like Impact Wrestling and wacky like scramble matches. Like, what are we talking about? Yeah, they just don't. They just don't. Yeah, they got worked.
No.
Yeah. It's his last G1. They want him. It's like if he tweaked his knee, it's like, no, we need you for the G1, Ishii. Probably has a few main events lined up where you can't go to Forbidden Door. We need you. And then Clark Connors filled the space, and I thought that was an excellent spot for him. Could that have gone to like Hiroki Goto instead? Sure, but the young guy got the big spot, and I thought that turned out for the best. So,
fantastic. Yeah.
With that said, I'm going to play some AEW music, and we can start finishing off this section of the podcast. Here we go. Okay, so this is how this is going to go. We got a Dynamite match, we got a Rampage match, Forbidden Door, and then Blood and Guts. There are 4 like big bullet point things that I want to bring up. Okay?
Okay.
So we had the finish off of the All Atlantic qualifying match between Malachi Black and Pentagon Jr. It went 10 minutes. I thought this was great. It played further into all the storylines that they want to do between Death Triangle and House of Black. I thought Malachi Black was actually the right decision to go over to get to that point. Penta's got a lot of like other things going on, and he's still busy.
Mm-hmm.
Would I have liked to see him get into that? There's no reason they can't continue to have him in that title realm picture.
Mm-hmm.
That's the other thing.
Mm-hmm.
This roster is so filled with so much talent that the All Atlantic title could just be like these 8 dudes, right? Just putting on excellent matches like Malachi Black, Pentagon, Pac, Miro.
It could be just the same 8 guys.
Like it reminds me of those like early 90s Intercontinental title matches that I loved as a kid with like Mr. Perfect, Bret Hart, Shawn Michaels, like all like those guys, that group of dudes. That's what this All Atlantic title, and it sure sounds like they're gonna, or at least in my headcanon, they're gonna have this involved with other promotions, while the TNT title is gonna be treated like what we've seen, where it's more of this like open challenge type situation where where another section of dudes kind of maybe at a different tier, where it's like Darby Allin, Jungle Boy, Ricky Starks, Wardlow. Those guys are the TNT title picture over the course of time. That's my opinion on that matter. There's so much talent that they could do that for just seemingly years.
So my thoughts on the Malachi Black versus Penta match. I feel like it was kind of spoiled for us because we had already heard about the politics of AAA and New Japan. So we had kind of already learned that Penta wasn't going to appear on Forbidden Door. So we kind of knew Malachi was going to win that match. That being said, take the politics out. Booking wise, it still made sense to have Malachi win because Pac from Death Triangle had won against Buddy Matthews. So it makes sense to have one Death Triangle and one House of Black person in the match for that type of drama. So politics aside, I thought that was the right choice anyway.
Then we had the main event, Tanahashi and Moxley teaming up to take on Jericho and Lance Archer with the big ending huge brawl building up blood and guts and some Forbidden Door stuff, and Tanahashi and Moxley are like staring at each other. It was quite the sight.
For
Very
like
funny.
10 minutes.
Yeah, it was hilarious. I loved it.
Timing was wrong.
No, it was the right timing. It was perfect.
No. I thought the brawl, actually, if it wasn't for Moxley and Tanahashi just staring at each other in the middle of the ring, which I thought was the right choice. Like, if it was a 90-second snip, Tanahashi and Moxley just staring at each other for 90 seconds while chaos ensued would be correct. Take them out of it. A 3.5 minute brawl, also correct. Like, all of it was good. The two of them together, not so good.
Then on Rampage, we had Andrade and Rey Fenix go to blows. I gave this match a full 3 out of 3 recommendation.
Holy moly.
This was incredible. It went almost 17 minutes. It took up most of Rampage. This was like TK saying middle fingers to your goddamn politics in Mexico, interfering with the Andrade Ospreay match, and Pentagon and Phoenix were probably going to be on the card in some capacity as well. But we got this match instead, and I adored this thing. This is right up my alley. It's just Lucha Libre. Roosh came out and gave Rey Fenix the big uppercut to the testicles.
I really enjoyed Roosh coming out. I don't think the crowd knew what to make of Roosh. I don't know if they knew who he was or why it was important. I don't know if they forgot that he had debuted on the video package. I thought it was fantastic. The thing about Andrade versus Phoenix on Rampage, it reminded me of just what it just, no, I shouldn't say reminded me of. It just, well, yeah, I guess it did. The depth of the roster and the quality of, yeah. Sorry, this is how many wines now? Sorry, words are hard. It was great, and I loved it.
And that'll take us into Forbidden Door, where it's the buy-in I thought was very entertaining. 2 out of the 4 matches I thought very much over-delivered. Goto and Yoshihashi defeated the Factory. That's their little New Japan Strong storyline they wanted to carry over. Solid enough. I would have liked to see. I would have liked to see Goto on a little higher role for Forbidden Door, but that's okay. Maybe next time situation. Swerve in Our Glory defeated Suzuki Gun.
It sounds like it's going to be annual.
Yeah. So it's Swerve and Lee defeated Desperado and Kanemaru. I thought this was fantastic. I went just under my full 3 on this one. I loved
the match.
I bought into Kanemaru in the whiskey bottle and spitting into Keith Lee after they bumped heads. I somehow bought that was going to be the finish. I'm such a fool.
I bought it too. I know I bought it too, but I also thought that I feel like the pre-show was so I really wanted New Japan to win that match.
Okay. And we just had a couple filler matches there.
My dog is licking herself behind me. I don't know if you can hear that, but it's distracting me.
No, I can't hear that at all. I hope our connection's okay. Seem to be on a little delay between each other. Gotta turn off my camera, see how that works. Okay, just doing a little testing here. Ricky, can you hear me?
Sorry, no, I muted myself to yell at my dog because my dog was licking herself and Oh, it's me. I'm the problem.
There we go. I knew we were having a little bit of a connection issue there.
I'm the problem. I'm the problem.
real time.
I don't know
figuring
what
this out.
I don't know what the problem is, but apparently I was the problem.
Okay.
I think my problem is gone.
Okay.
Put your camera back on, please. I need it. I need it.
Okay.
I feed off of you.
All right, so let's get into the Forbidden Door proper. My overall thoughts on the event was we're all in agreement, and we weren't the only ones, that the build to this event was a mixture of cursed, bad timing. All the matches were a mess. Too many like wacky 4-ways repeated, where it's just they didn't feel like big matches across the board. So on paper, there was a lot of disappointment behind the show, and I do feel that the ticket sales, when it came to the secondary market, showed that. Because when this was first announced, it immediately sold out. And as time went on and more of the card came out, you start seeing the resale tickets and other sections opening up, going for like $3 and $5. They're just trying to move them at the lowest price possible to fill this place up. And there was a groundswell online across the board that people were overly disappointed in the card. Now, we, on the last episode, were confident that this show was going to be really good regardless of that. But when you have a card like this, and there's such a groundswell of critique against it, that very much could impact pay-per-view buys negatively, and the overall feeling of the success of a show if they want to do a second one. That said, coming out of the show, I think the success of the show and how good this was overall as a total package, and what they were able to accomplish there, we'll get the bigger stars next year. There will be less injuries, hopefully very much less cursed. And because the show was so good, that'll give people more confidence next year that they will have to buy the pay-per-view. As well as, when the New Japan guys come back on TV next year, they will have a better idea how to present them, and the audience will already know a good chunk of the guys, and I think that will help even television ratings. It's my theory behind that. So that's kind of my big picture outlook coming out of the show.
That is the big picture takeaway. So coming out of Forbidden Door, I listened to and watched a ton of action videos, podcasts, news videos. A lot of what I saw was AEW fans who bought the pay-per-view because they were AEW fans and saying, wow, I had never seen Zack Sabre Jr. before. He's my new favorite guy. What match should I watch? I had never seen Will Ospreay before. I had never seen a big match. Shingo. People were big on Shingo coming out of that match. So,
Ricky, could you do me a favor and turn off your camera? Maybe that'll help.
The other thing that I saw was, go ahead.
Could you turn your camera off? I think that'll maybe help your connection.
Oh, I didn't realize I was having issues. Yep. Give me 1 sec.
Okay. I hope that fixes that a bit. So I'll keep my camera on.
The issues. Is that better?
Yeah, I think that's better. But that's interesting.
I didn't realize I had connectivity issues.
No, we're still getting the gist of what you're saying.
I'm sorry.
So that's very interesting that you bring up. You were listening to reviews of the show from like an AEW fan perspective. I was trying to listen to reviews of like WWE fan perspective because I have like a perverse feeling about like I love listening to conflicting thoughts of my own to see like will they try to spin this in a way where it's actually not good, or were their minds changed of any capacity? And some of the major like podcasters haven't come out and reviewed the show yet, but other ones have like essentially straight up ignored Forbidden Door because they know it's good and they don't want to talk about it. So I found that interesting. Because if there was something, if it was bad, they would jump all over it. But since it's a universally praised show, they're essentially just completely punting a discussion over what Forbidden Door was, how successful it was at the gate, and early indications are that the pay-per-view did well. So I found that pretty fascinating in its own regard. Okay. So let's get into the opening match here. Well, actually, I want to keep this more simple than that. Ricky, what were your 3 standout / favorite matches on Forbidden Door as a whole?
Okay, so caveat. Forbidden Door happened the same night that the Avs clinched the Stanley Cup, or won the Stanley Cup, right?
Yeah. I was very much concentrated on that throughout the night, too.
So, here's what we did in this house. Bought the pay-per-view so we could, pause and replay as necessary. We watched the preliminary matches, and we watched the first match, the first 10 minutes of the first match. Then we went to hockey. We paused the pay-per-view. When hockey went to its first intermission, we watched as much wrestling as we could. Went back to hockey. Paused. It was a very disjointed wrestling experience on my side because I had other priorities. And then when the hockey game, we didn't even have to. So the hockey game ended, and then there was like an hour of, like interviews and presenting the cup, and we wanted to watch the players experience the wins and all that stuff.
Yeah, and they got to slip on the ice and dent the cup, and
oh, that was my favorite part. So we didn't restart the pay-per-view until maybe 10:30 or 11 Denver time. And it was a Sunday, right? So it felt late. We were tired. But I watched the whole pay-per-view, and I made a really good attempt to take it all in. So what was the question? Was like big takeaways or like big matches? What was the question?
Yeah, your favorite 3 matches that you took away from the show.
So again, okay, so as a Pac fan, obviously the All Atlantic title match was huge for me. Pac is my favorite wrestler right now, and he's been in AEW since the beginning. It's been, long since past time for him to have some gold in the company. So that made my night. Loved it. Loved the match. Loved him winning. I thought all of that was super important. Orange Cassidy versus Will Ospreay did what everybody thought it was going to do. It wasn't the dream match. It wasn't the dream Will Ospreay match that a lot of people would have written down. It was the one that I would have written down. People when people were condemning this match and saying, I wouldn't have put that on paper, it's the one I would have put on paper. I'm sorry. I mean, and that has a lot to do with the fact that I watch a lot of East Coast indies.
Oh,
and
sure,
I've
yeah.
watched Orange Cassidy, as long as I have. So
I will interrupt you
put on
there
paper.
to talk about that match a little bit, because
Mm.
Orange Cassidy has lost a lot of his luster over the last year, and a lot of that has to do with his recent injury, and he's been out most of this year. What this match has done, it has re-kickstarted his popularity, I feel, and they already tried to recapture a lot of that following Forbidden Door with a good follow-up against Ethan Page, with the new music and fresh presentation of Orange Cassidy. So I think that was a great success, and it turned out to be probably a better move for all Elite Wrestling fans in general.
It was a smart move all around. I mean, Cassidy's a draw, Ospreay's a draw. I don't understand why people were poo-pooing that match going into it.
Well, again, I think it has a lot to do with Orange Cassidy's lost a lot of his luster in one form or another over the last X amount of time, and the amount of just high caliber wrestlers on the AEW roster right now, like Andrade, like Pac, like Miro, like Malachi Black, all the people essentially we named for the All Atlantic title, were more of the quote unquote dream opponents in mind for a guy of Will Ospreay's caliber. And Orange Cassidy, like you and I know, like with his lucha libre style, that match was just going to rule because that's what Ospreay does. And I mean, we were proven right with how the match turned out. Yeah, I mean, there was a sequence in this match. There was a sequence in this match which I was out. It was just out of my mind, where Cassidy's playing possum on the moonsault spot. Ospreay flips, lands on his feet as Cassidy rolls, goes for another moonsault, lands on his feet again, and then follows up immediately with a shooting star press. It was just so insane. And not to mention the just countless amount of crazy near falls that they did with each other. Ospreay just has his formula where he puts the guy in the Stormbreaker and it goes into the West Coast Pop, the Hurricane Rana driver, and that just goes insane every time. I saw it with the Nick Wayne match live. We saw it here with Orange Cassidy. Ospreay's got his heavyweight formula, and he's just so giving as a wrestler that all of his matches just go insane.
I agree. I mean, I can't agree more. I think if I remember correctly, Tony Khan wasn't huge on signing Orange Cassidy, even based on recommendations from Chuck and Trent. And then someone told PK that Orange Cassidy was the I forget his name from Chikara, one of the ants. He was one of the insects.
Mm-hmm.
One of the ants.
Yeah, Fire Ant.
Fire Ant. Thank you. I was like, one of the ants. Yeah. So when somebody was like, oh, by the way, he was also Fire Ant and Chikara, that is what sold Tony Khan on Orange Cassidy. He's like, wait. He can be this lazy asshole and he can also do all that? Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Let me talk to Jason and make sure he's not like downloading something or streaming something. I'll be right back.
Okay.
Sorry.
I will, in the meantime, power through. I'll go through my comments over Forbidden Door as you, and I'll wait for you to come back. So I'll just kind of do a quick match by match here and name.
Well, you just said I just lost you. Nope. Yeah. See. Nope. This sucks. Give me. I'm gonna mute myself.
Okay.
Give me like 3 minutes, and I'm gonna make sure Jason's not downloading anything or whatever. I'll be right back.
All right. I'm keeping all that in. All right. So my favorite 3 matches was the opening tag of JAS with Suzuki against Eddie Kingston, Shota Umino, and Wheeler Yuta. This was the Jericho Appreciation Show match, because Jericho got not only Yuta over in a very special way, it was also Umino, and also played into the Eddie Kingston storyline, as well as Eddie Kingston, Minoru Suzuki stare down. This was a 3 out of 3 match, and my favorite 3 were the only 3 out of 3 matches I gave for recommendation scale type stuff. Shota Umino was the absolute babyface star here. He definitely needs more matches like this to get over. Chris Jericho got the absolute most out of this guy. They just played a little past story between Jericho at Wrestle Kingdom and putting Umino in the Walls of Jericho before, so it built up to Umino doing it to him. Each Judas effect in the end. I thought this 19-minute match was fantastic, and it was actually my match of the night. So for me to start off with that, I wouldn't say it was downhill from there, because every match I gave at least 2 out of 3 recommendations on the show. The FTR tag title win was cool. Nice little injury story there. Very retro style put together match. Pac won the AEW Atlantic title 4-way. Already went into that. The Clark Connors show there to get him over in a loss. The dudes with attitudes with Stingo Bernables de Hopon with the wacky team of the Young Bucks and Phantasmo was just a ton of fun. Your party match, if you will. I loved it. Sting doing he became Batman on this night and fooled us from being in the rafters to jumping off the tunnel. That was cool. Rosa Tony Storm, look, it was a very physical 10 minutes. I thought it met expectations for the time they were allotted. The Thunder Rosa final reckoning finisher needs to go immediately. I don't like it. It left the match flat. But for what they were able to bring in that 10 minutes, I thought they succeeded. Toni Storm losing this match makes me question if she's on her way to Japan for a number of months or a few dates over there in Stardom. I hope so, because then I wonder why she wouldn't just win this match. But clearly there's something in the works here, whether it's on Rosa's side or Toni Storm's side. I do wish this match went a little longer, maybe taken away out of the Zack Sabre Jr. Claudio match later. Probably could have helped matters, but hey, regardless, talked about Ospreay Cassidy already, and that was my other 3 out of 3 full recommendation match. And then my last one was the Claudio Zack Sabre Jr. match. I really rather enjoyed that. The arm selling, Claudio doing a lot more of the character teasing. It was classic pro wrestling. It was definitely third on my top 3. The very unfortunate, the IWGP title match. Oh, and Claudio getting into the Blackpool Combat Club, I think fits great. He fills out that role well in a roster that's very much depleted of big stars. He kind of comes in with a lot of credibility immediately with a match like this. And they even did a big angle with him at the end to put him over and play more into the Eddie Kingston storyline. They made sure. I heard a lot of critique over the post-match brawl at the very end to build up Blood and Guts more. I think unless it was directly involved in the main event, I would have a different story, but they ran an angle. They wanted to get Claudio over into that storyline as much as possible, even if it bled into the pay-per-view. I have no issue with it personally, but I definitely understand the critique. The IWGP heavyweight title just 4-way. Look, I thought 20 and a half minutes of this was great. It was just constant action. Everyone brought their A game to the party here throughout the show. Like, nobody was phoning it in. Just 18,000, however many people were there. I think it was capacity 16, actually, but regardless. Nobody phoned it in on this show. Every single person on the show was out to put on the best match they possibly could. And seeing Okada out there wanting to egg the crowd on and get him to cheer his name, he was so happy to hear the fans. And he wasn't the only New Japan guy to be so happy that crowds were cheering again. I know Shingo was right there with them. He was just like, he did the Sting woo, and he was like the happiest man on earth. But Jay White won this match. He got rid of Okada with a Blade Runner, and Adam Cole either tore his labrum off completely or has a concussion, or both. I don't think we'll be seeing him for at least a few weeks, because he went down avoiding that Rainmaker, and Jay White just pinned him. And I wouldn't say it ruined the match for me, but it brought it down just a peg, because I was then more worried about him, and is like, man, so much snake bit and stuff. Well, regardless, Mr. Bronze Medal got pinned. That was the right decision, regardless of the situation. And then Moxley Tanahashi. So this is, I've seen a lot of positives out of this match in particular. Man, this was like my least favorite match on the entire card, and I still went 2 out of 3 and really enjoyed it. So that speaks highly to the level I thought this show was. I thought it was a bona fide conclusion that Moxley was going to come away with this title, no questions asked, and it just, this crowd was just so incredible the entire night, and it speaks volumes to the level of wrestler and how much love people have for Tanahashi, that when Moxley put this dude in the like repeated elbows to the neck move that they do, that he ended up getting booed and he leaned more into his heel tendencies, that this crowd by the end of this match was chanting "Go Ace," and it was the coolest thing in the world. It made me smile. And this was another case where the finish came off as real flat, where it sure seemed like they had another 5 minutes of near falls and sequences in them, and instead Moxley just kind of bulldog chokes, sleeper hold, and then he just hits the Death Rider and pins this man. And I was like, oh, you just really wanted more out of a big time match, especially a title match like this. And look, Moxley's now the interim champion. That's definitely the right decision. We're getting a summer of Moxley with fans. He's the hottest dude in this company right now. I can't wait to see what they have in store next. And a little spoiler on Rampage is, well, not technically a spoiler, but they announced a 20-man 2-ring battle royal. So WCW World War match is back. I am sick of battle royals. Why can't we just have a challenger? Why can't we just have your dumb rankings come into play? Just say this dude is next, but they want to work around their dumb rankings to do a battle royal so they can just plug and play a dude there. Moxley can't just run into a dude in the back and they go, you know what, I want it to... I don't know. I think it's ruining a good challenger to do another battle royal. They're doing way too many. We've seen, like 4 of them this year? If you go back to last year, even within the last 6 months, I think there's 6 in this company. If I'm overestimating, I apologize, but it feels like way too much regardless of the situation. We just had 2 tournaments. We just had the Casino Royale. We just had the interim little title situation here. Can't we just have someone get heated up with a couple wins on TV and then he says, I want Moxley? Or like, it's this part is aggravating to me and as a fan. Those are my overall thoughts over the matches on Forbidden Door. An all-time great show. Show of the year right now, I think, without any doubt in my mind. This was just an incredible experience to watch this live, along with the Avalanche winning the Stanley Cup. I was in tearful bliss, and hey, you're back.
Well, I've been back. I've just been listening casually. Yep.
All right. Okay. Well, do you have any thing to add over my thoughts over Forbidden Door? What did you like? What was your takeaway?
So I don't remember at what point I jumped in. But yeah, so I concur that this is a show of the year candidate. Match quality far, like you said, we talked about it on the last episode, even with, subpar match building, subpar story building, we had high hopes and high expectations for the match quality, and it absolutely delivered. The debut of Claudio Castagnoli was expected and still incredibly well received and incredibly popping and social media popping and all of this. His presence on the card and his presence in AEW cannot and will not be understated. I think he is a fabulous addition. On the quality of Cassidy versus Ospreay. I mean, it's my match of the night. Even though my favorite wrestler won his first gold, Pac is my guy. He will forever be my guy. That match delivered in so many different ways. And still, Ospreay versus Cassidy was my big takeaway from the evening. I don't know what else to add because I didn't hear the whole thing.
Well, let's then jump straight into Dynamite that followed, since we're running a bit long here. I do want to mention Jade Cargill remains the best booked female wrestler and most intriguing, and has the best rivalry right now with Athena and Chris Statlander in women's wrestling outside Japan. I love Jade Cargill. I don't care how green she is. She's a fucking star. I love watching her, and I love this baddies
Can we
group.
just strike the word green from record, from whatever? Who gives a fuck when you are a star like Jade Cargill? Like,
I'm calling her the Millennium Woman because I'm watching WCW 99 and Sid Vicious, and he's got a wacky streak going on, and he's cutting wacky promos, and there's just so much I'm seeing in Jade Cargill, but a better booked Sid Vicious storyline right now. I'm loving this, but she is so much of podcasting and social media fandom in wrestling. So much is about work rate. And I do agree. Mm-hmm. There is too much emphasis on that at times, and I understand because the athletic, and Kenny Omega himself has talked about this, where there's a scary amount of too much reliance on the athleticism of wrestlers today, where that's all they rely on, rather than the storytelling and character elements and playing to the crowd elements that make wrestling. And Jade Cargill is all of that.
But she does it all.
Right, and she's getting, she's clearly getting better. And she's clearly getting better in the ring.
She's getting better in the ring.
Yeah, and that's all I ask.
She is the most athletic specimen of a woman I've ever seen in my fucking life. She can act. She can do the facial. I honestly don't understand why they gave her Stokely Hathaway.
Oh, I do, because he's amazing.
No, that's what I'm saying. He's amazing, but she is almost as good as he is.
She's got her one-liners. I like them.
No, I fucking love Stokely Hathaway. I'm not trying to take anything away from him. And especially, if people like Stokely Hathaway and if people like Orange Cassidy, please, please, please go back and watch that cinematic match. It is a masterpiece. Please, please, please. It's free on YouTube. Stokely Hathaway versus Orange Cassidy. Cinematic. It is amazing. She doesn't need him. She is.
It's not about need though. It's like a total package group. They all play off each other, and the group is great.
I don't know. I never understood Punk and Heyman. I never understood Jade Cargill and Mark Sterling, and I don't understand Jade Cargill and Stokely Hathaway. I don't understand putting people who can talk with managers of that caliber. These managers are better.
I will give you an example of why it does work more. And it's a case of...
Please, because I'm new to this, so
okay.
So please.
I think a good example is Britt Baker. There's only... when like, unless you're a level of like a Paul Heyman or Stokely or somebody like that, even if you're a good talker, you tend to repeat yourself. And then people get turned off by hearing the same promo over and over and over again. When you have two people, then they can kind of trade off. One person has a one-liner and whatnot, and that's what we're getting with Stokely and Jade. They're playing off each other. Like, just because both of them can talk doesn't mean only one should.
Okay, that is true. Actually, I did catch myself on the Blood and Guts episode with Jade and Stokely. That is what happened. He started talking. She cut him off, and then he came back in and was like, here's the deal. You're right. That absolutely worked. Why doesn't Britt Baker have a manager, though? That's my question.
Well, we have the case
She's
of...
okay.
Yeah, well, we have the case of Jamie Hayter, and I think they absolutely should do more with specifically Jamie Hayter. There's something going on there, but regardless, let's just get this over with. Blood and Guts. BCC, okay. Eddie Kingston, Ortiz Santana defeat the Jericho Appreciation Society. The match basically went an hour. It was absolutely nuts. There was blood. There was guts. This was essentially Tony Khan's ECW wet dream in a cage come to life. My question to you is, was this better than previous years? Did it live up to the Blood and Guts name?
It was the best Blood and Guts that AEW has done. However, don't think it was better in Anarchy in the Arena.
Okay, that's fair. Do you think this is a definitive feud ender between BCC and the JAS?
It should be. I think so. Leading up to Blood and Guts, we all knew everything was leading up to Blood and Guts, right? It was like, okay, now we have 4 people, now we have 5 people, now we have 6 people. So we're going from the Anarchy in the Arena to the Blood and Guts.
All right, so I'll fill in the gaps here. I'll fill in some gaps here so we can get moving.
Please.
I thought the way the story has gone between JAS and BCC and Eddie Kingston has been good storytelling. Starting with the Kingston Jericho match, then the building of groups, leading to Anarchy in the Arena, which now that the story to me has been more or less completed, that was like a great middle match between the groups just having anarchy, right? It wasn't like, it didn't feel like anything was over. It just felt like it felt like the battle, not the war situation. And the war was this Blood and Guts, and we got, to me, the definitive match to put a stamp on this, especially with, I think it was Matt Menard tapping out to Claudio, who came in, and now they can play off the Eddie Claudio match. We can transfer to that. Now, I was coming into this going, I believed that the Jericho Appreciation Society was going to win, And I also believed it was going to be Chris Jericho to win because we have all these injuries. Jericho's been on a absolute roll in 2022 with his reinvention, the JAS coming in, and I thought there was a great storytelling out with Claudio coming in and kind of taking, and since he doesn't get along with Kingston, Moxley's now the champion. Someone like Jericho getting the win can get back. I think this is a perfect opportunity to get him back in the main event. And he's got a lot of credibility to him. He's got a lot of drawing power to him still. He still has so much to offer. And him getting just a one-off title match coming off this against Moxley could go in another direction, and we can kind of start spider-webbing off in different directions from there. I'm not saying Jericho should win the title from Moxley. I don't believe that at all. I also, as a fan, don't want to see that, but I do want to see that kind of match because they do need the main eventers to take us through summer.
Yes, the summer stretch is going to be difficult, but no. When Jericho appreciates the JAS won Anarchy in the Arena. I mean, even before they won it, I figured it would go heels win the preliminary match, faces win the War Games match.
I agree.
To me,
I agree.
Okay.
I was so just for my I'm not arguing against the result at all. I was just thinking from my fandom and what I want to see and be invested in. I was getting way more invested in the idea of Jericho getting back in the main event. Could they still easily do that and just have Jericho win on TV for a couple weeks and then they have a Moxley match? They could.
Why? Why do you want Jericho in the main event?
Because I like Jericho.
Over 50 and he's lame.
Why? Okay. Why is Jericho lame?
Because he's over 50 and he's lame. Okay. Was this the question you told me?
Yes.
Okay. So
yes,
before we went
what is
live, 7 hours ago.
Yeah.
What was the question that you were going to ask me about Jericho?
Yeah. What is your opinion on him possibly getting into the main event again? Are you for or against that?
Totally against it.
Okay.
But I have no nostalgia for the man. Okay. Zero.
Here's my opinion on the current Chris Jericho. Over the last 2.5 years since he lost the title to Moxley, he has spent the entire time getting other dudes over, even including at Forbidden Door with Wheeler Yuta doing the rolling German suplexes and the heavy emphasis on Shota Umino. And Jericho having a main event just cycle through. That's all this is. I'm not saying he stays in the main event. Just like in July, he's there, builds up to a match with Moxley, and we're kind of done with it. I don't see how that's a big deal. He's not taking away a spot from anybody because there's so many guys wrapped up in other things. And with guys like Omega out, Danielson, Cole, all these dudes are hurt. So if there's anyone to kind of step in, it's Jericho for just a simple 30-day thing. I don't see the harm in that.
Okay. I hate when you use logic. Because that's not wrong. And I can't argue with that.
And he's not taking away a pay-per-view spot from whoever will get the all-out match either.
No, and it's hard for me.
Okay, I'll continue on why this would be awesome.
No, I need to. No. Here, you're not wrong, and you don't need to. You don't need to embellish because
I want to embellish.
I'm not gonna. But I'm not going to argue with you. Here is why.
Maybe I want to argue with the fake, the straw hat man next to me that's listening to the podcast.
Can I tell you why it's hard for me to to agree though? Because your argument is valid. My problem with your setup. So like I said, I have no nostalgia for the man. I've only enjoyed Jericho since Wrestle Kingdom 14, whichever Wrestle Kingdom he wrestled, Kenny Omega. That was literally the first Jericho match I had ever seen. The first Chris Jericho match I had ever seen was Chris Jericho versus Kenny Omega at Wrestle Kingdom.
Okay.
So I have no nostalgia for the man.
I'm not even saying this is a nostalgia thing. This is just a cool thing that they could do in the meantime.
All right. Embellish on the cool thing, because I think I'm missing it.
So, All Out, we have 2 months until All Out. And Moxley needs challengers. He needs big programs. Jericho is immediately kind of a guy, and he can be slid into a main event without question. They've already, I believe, exhausted a little bit of Hangman Page. I don't know how quick they want to do a Moxley Page match and kind of make fans mad that either or would lose because people are invested with both guys. Would that be a cool match? Sure. So nobody would have an issue with Jericho losing. And I believe, myself included, that fans would be into that short little program. In the meantime, during the month of like July, you can start heating up a couple guys in the background, just doing cool matches or a little storyline where they're getting wins on TV and fans get behind them. So then as soon as this Jericho Moxley thing is over with, once August hits and we're on the road to All Out, you have your dude heated up for Moxley in that big match, assuming CM Punk will not be back in time. Because one thing we've been very critical of AEW is their inability to make challengers feel hot. And the best one that we've experienced recently was CM Punk. And why was that? He was on TV winning all the time. So Jericho, I think, is a great placeholder, and it would be cool to see.
No.
Yeah.
No. I'm never gonna not go on a Chris Jericho cruise. I've been on all of them. I'm going to continue to go on all of them. He is not my favorite person in the world. He's not my favorite wrestler in the world. I don't give a shit what he does anywhere, like kayfabe, non-kayfabe. I don't. Nope. I don't. I just no.
Well, that's
I'm
a bummer.
not on the Chris Jericho train. I just can't. I can't. I don't bite.
Well, those are my big picture blood and guts match, and because I just the other thing to take away from that was Santana got hurt, so another guy on the list was Claudio at the top of the cage, big swinging Chris Jericho.
Okay,
and Claudio was a madman. I don't see a Moxley Claudio thing happening. So the direction the direction I see going is Eddie Kingston.
Claudio Eddie.
Yeah. I'm like, start that train. We got 2 months, build that shit up.
Well, It's been started. I mean, they started it
exactly.
at the end of the
Forbidden Door.
Cage. So
yeah, it even started
Forbidden
there.
Door. Yeah, it started at Forbidden Door and then went to Cage, and then so they're on the top of the Blood and Guts cage, right? The finish. I think people are like divided on the finish, but this is what I love about wrestling. I loved the finish. I loved it. I thought it was so great that Eddie was, seconds, half seconds, partial seconds from getting Jericho to tap. Claudio got Matt Menard to tap out first.
Yeah,
and then
Claudio, I love the decisive finish
for the
this
fist
year.
Bump and no, it was fantastic. Oh, this is storytelling to a T. This is what AEW does best.
Yeah, and the other aspect is there's so many of these matches where companies will book themselves. They'll try to book themselves into the story corner where it's always a guy like quitting on behalf of somebody. Nobody needs to look weak, and there's like in a match like this, you have
throwing
2.0.
in towels,
or throwing in towels. Yeah, they always try to do just like these over embellished dramatization to these things, and in this case, it was just you had two guys at the top of the cell, both in submissions. Nobody else is even in the vicinity. Sammy Guevara was just chucked off the cage by Madman Eddie. I will kill you, Kingston. And Eddie's big win was taken from him, and that's the story. I love pro wrestling.
Yeah,
this was great.
That is the story, and it's building to Eddie versus Claudio. It's not building to furthering the JAS versus Blackpool. It's building towards Eddie and Claudio.
Yeah. So where Jericho goes from here, I don't know. Maybe I'll get my wish.
Don't care. Not a fan.
This is something we were talking about. This feels like a nice little restart point for the next slew of stories for AEW, and I'm all for this. I think with the success of Forbidden Door and the success of Blood and Guts, I think the overall ending points of a lot of these things AEW has done ended well, even though the journey there was very bumpy at times. There's no doubt about that in my mind. Even like the television ratings were kind of had its ups and downs because of that. It's not like Rampage has been doing any good. Regardless, I'm excited for what July and August has to bring as we go into All Out. AEW is... It's still doing pretty good when it comes to obviously evil villain turtleneck Christian Cage is quite great.
Holy motherfucker! Yeah, can we talk about evil villain Christian? Okay,
that'll be the last thing. This is the last thing, and then we got to get out of here.
This is the last thing. Your dad is dead promo is a promo of a lifetime.
I actually wish your whole family was dead. Well, except your mom.
Yeah, well,
Jungle Boy, I want to bang your mom.
I kind of want to fuck her. Okay.
I wish your family was dead so I could bang your mom.
Okay, again, I have no nostalgia for the man. I have no nostalgia for the man.
And then he has a fucking evil dinosaur as a Savvy now.
Oh, yeah. No. Phenomenal. I have no nostalgia for Christian Cage. I was waiting for a year, like everyone else, for him to turn on Jungle Boy. I'm such a huge Christian fan now.
How about this? Jungle Boy is off TV for July to heal up his injuries and his kayfabe injuries.
Okay.
Christian is built up for Moxley.
To challenge Moxley for the title?
Yes, and he loses, and then he's bitching about the loss on Dynamite like the next night at the beginning of August, and Jungle Boy music hits and beats him up. And then that's the build to All Out.
Is that realistic, though? I mean, he lost the Impact title, and now he's going to challenge for the interim AW title?
Sure, he gets a couple big wins on Dynamite or Rampage, and he's right there. It's fake rankings. Who cares?
They're not fake. I mean, it's fake. Everything's fake.
I suppose his whole gimmick is he doesn't want to work. So
I think his whole gimmick is I look good in a turtleneck.
Well, I guess the other thing is he could just have like 2 wins, and he's like, I get the title, I want to make money.
I don't know. I don't have an answer. I do.
Are you opposed to the Christian Moxley idea?
No, of course not.
Okay, we got a winner. We got a winner. Yes.
No. But it's not again, I have no nostalgia for the nostalgia people. So when the nostalgia people do nostalgia things, I like when AEW tells me why I should care about nostalgia.
I mean, this isn't really nostalgia Christian, at least in my case.
No, this isn't. No, it's not. I'm just saying. I don't know what I'm saying. I've had too much wine.
Yeah. All right. This was a great podcast session, minus some connection issues, but audio way better. Ricky, this was fun. We talked some hockey. We talked some wrestling. You got drunk. This is awesome.
Yeah, super drunk. It's great. I have my Heels cup, which is outdated now because Heels has updated their logo, and now all of my Heels stuff is outdated. But I love AEW Heels. It's a fantastic community for anyone who does not identify as male. Please hit us up at alleliteheels.com and join our community.
All right. See you next time, Ricky.
Take care. Have a good night.
And yes, it is time for the Joshi news and topics, as well as Stardom talk. Going solo from here, as usual. And let's not waste any more time, or let's not waste any time, mind you. Catch the Wave, the preliminary block tournament, finally ended. We had Chiba on June 18th, and this was very, very underwhelming to poor. Suzu Suzuki and Rika Kawahata went 13 minutes. Suzu won, and that clinched her win of the future block, and this was good. I went a little 1 out of 3 there. Rika Kawahata has definitely impressed and improved in 2022. She's focusing on more of her striking, and she's really getting comfortable. So there's a positive. The Risa Sarasaki match, all cap Saki, color Saki, horrible, atrocious, terrible. Pretty much we have to accept that these ice ribbon type hardcore matches where like nobody can bleed, it's just ladders and plunder, and it's no good. They're just no good. They're awful. And the hardcore block, if the comical block wasn't the atrocity that it was, where everything goes to a draw or timeout or count out and everyone just ties, this would have been the worst, my worst pick of a tournament this year. And then I get why, but bafflingly, Hanuka Nakamori and the Shindy jobber Sei go to a 15-minute draw because if Nakamori won, she would have won the block, and boy, can't have that. So, Catch the Draw really stood up to his name there. And then Ayumi Sasamura and Aoki went 13 minutes. Aoki lost, but she still won the strong arm block, I believe. Or she got second. I think she won it with 4 points. So, Takase, your defending champion. Doesn't even make out of the preliminary block stage because everything just had to be an overindulgent gimmick for this round. And that led into their second show at Shinjuku Face, which only drew 138 people. Wave's attendance has been abominable this year. So I've been keeping track of shows with attendances over 300 people. Arbitrary number, I admit, but for Wave this year, they've only had 2 shows go over 300 people in the entirety of the first half of 2022. That was their Korakuen, which it was Nozaki against Takase, and then the day 1 of Catch the Wave. But they still haven't broken even 450 this year. So mark that down for a total attendance of 731. Wave's not wait. It's sad because at the start of the year with them booking colors and having clearly major booking prowess over Suzu and Risa Sera and company, which we haven't even seen like Akane or even Mochi Miyagi kind of pop up recently. It's just been Risa Sera and Suzu. They've just done nothing like all year. It's Nozaki started off pretty hot. They had a couple decent challenges with her. While the level isn't, I really like the Takase match, but the level of opponents and storytelling and the credibility of opponents just has been nil. Tag title scene, it's just so much like Sakura Hirota, Yuki Miyazaki, Miyako Matsumoto, Hibiscus May, just all over these shows. And because of that, I believe this is why they're not drawing. They have their 100 audience crowd, and then that's kind of it. Every once in a while, maybe 150 more people show up for a bigger show, but those are so few and far between that they're really struggling. And it definitely shows in their booking, it shows in their attendance, and it shows in their just ability to make interesting matches. And it was very apparent when they were on the last day of this preliminary Catch the Wave block round, and their idea was starting off with Takase beating Sasamura, who was just in their main event of the previous show. And then Hibiscus May and Sakamoto went to a 15-minute time limit draw, so that led to a 4-way later in the show with all of the Comical Block members, with just the winner going through. So it makes that entire period just meaningless for that period of time, and that's sad. That's very sad to see. It went 2 minutes on top of it, and Kaori Yoneyama goes on. Now, I will say, the Nozaki Hanuka Nakamori round 2, so they were tied, even though Nakamori had the tiebreaker. They don't do that. So this went 12 minutes, and I almost went 3 out of 3 on this. This was very rad. In fact, let me double check. I might have gone all. No. I went 2 out of 3 on it, and I believe it was the best match in the tournament. Now, booking wise, I think there was a major missed opportunity here. I think, and I believe there was a real chance to make Hanuka Nakamori Nozaki a big time title match coming out of the tournament, or at the very least, she doesn't have to win Catch the Wave, but having 2 victories over the champion and knocking her out of the prelims, I thought would be a good story to tell, and that gives you an extra opponent in case you don't want to take the title off Nozaki, which, honestly, no matter who comes out of this tournament now, Nozaki should not lose this title. I don't even want to use the word should. She really... It would it would be so negative on Wave to take the title off of her when nobody's been made or even has the momentum to be bigger than Nozaki. So the Nakamori match, I thought, had a lot of legs to it. even if they didn't go through this second match, but even 2 matches, I think Nakamori really, I believe she should have won the match, and it was quite good. It was very compelling. It was very hard hitting, very fast paced, which has been missing throughout this 4-block catch the wave rounds. And they what's worse is, so they got to fill spots now because they have just this odd number, and they want to do a second. It's essentially doing 2 catch the waves in 1 year, but only 1 winner. In the main event of this show, they do a battle royal where the last 3 just get in. And that was Umasaki, Shimizu, and All Cap Saki. While, again, people like Kohaku and Takase, and even like Kawahara, they're just not going through. And to be honest, I really believe you gotta have your former winner. The only she's got to be in this thing. She's putting on good matches, and she's essentially on every wave show being booked. I don't see the problem with this unless it's a just time schedule thing, but get the priority. Catch the Wave is coming up. Do something. And the Kohaku thing, the former Shindo, she's been arguably the best wrestler since her re-debut in Wave. She definitely has the most momentum and fanfare behind her. To have her just get knocked out of the future block while you have, I like Umasaki, but she definitely feels more involved with Stardom than Wave and getting any sort of push. So let's highlight your own wrestler in this case while you can have Saki and Shimizu. You know what? That brings up a different conversation where Saki, All Cap Saki, is going to be in the 5-star Grand Prix in Stardom, as well as Suzu and Risa Sera. So the scheduling thing is going to be very, very interesting in how they work around those things. But yeah, Hanuka Nakamori, Kohaku, Takase, just don't even get to win this Battle Royal or be in the final 3. Very baffling. I do not understand this. I don't agree with this. You're just taking out all of the best wrestlers. But in fairness, they are also taking out the worst wrestlers in Hibiscus May, Sakura Hirota, and I think Yuki Miyazaki's actually still in this. I think she won. Let's see. Okay, so I got the no, Yuki Miyazaki's not in this. Saki ended up winning. No, who won the hardcore block? Risa Sera won it. So your blocks are Block A, Nozaki, Sera, All Cap Saki, and Yoneyama, and Block B is essentially your young ones, so they could beat each other up again and no one gets over, is Umasaki, Shimizu, Suzu Suzuki, and Itsuki Aoki. There's a couple good matches in there that stand out to me, notably the Nozaki-Risa Sera match. I think will be good. I hope it won't be some hardcore comedy match. And then the Hikari Shimizu Suzu Suzuki match, I think, has a lot of promise. I mean, if it was up to me, just have Risa Sera win this thing at this point. But she's proven to not be a draw if she's in a big singles match somewhere. I guess Suzu has a lot of credibility, but she's heavily involved with Stardom right now. I could definitely see them just throwing Yoneyama in there, and she wins. She has the veteran status. But Catch the Wave, very disappointing. Not good. And I have a special guest right now that's going to chime in to tell us what she thinks of all of these outsiders coming in and Wave's booking. So let's see what my new guest here has to say.
She just wants to politic her way out of every single match because she's scared of me and she knows that I'm the best and that I am better than her.
Oh, okay. Well, thank you, Sasha Banks. I'm so glad. I know, it's a shocking guest that I got there, but that was her thoughts. Maybe she'll chime in from time to time. Okay, moving on, and I know some other people are very excited about this, so let me cue up this nugget of a drop, because we got another re-debut here. Okay, so we had the re-debut, finally, of Mio Momino in Marvelous. Let me pull up the cage match here, because the show was on June 24th at Shinkiba First Ring. It looked pretty full. It looked like they got 150, 175 people there, really anticipating the main event, which was Chikayo Nagashima and Takumi Iroha taking on Rin Katakura and Mio Momino. And Rin Katakura, so this is interesting. She's married into the Akira Hokuto family by marrying the son, and she got some press relatively for the Joshi industry, and very smart of them to get her in a match like this. And I do feel like they did not give her a whole hell of a lot of shine, though. She was just kind of there. So Mio Momino hasn't wrestled since September of 2021. So that's that's 9 months out. She's been gone. And this match went 22 minutes. And I gotta say, the majority of the match was just Mio Momino taking a beating, getting slammed into the mat, right up until the last, I would say, 2 minutes, where she was finally getting some roll-ups on Chikayo and Takumi, respectively. The beginning of the match, she was nervous and scared. She was playing into that. I guess some people might find that endearing. I do not, personally. Rin Katakura got a hot tag after Momino got her first round of beatings. And then Rin just kind of tagged out. And Mio Momino, for the rest of the match, seemingly the next 12 minutes, it was a 2-on-1 beating. And it's like a nice little 3-star type match, Big Dave scale. But it really lacked a lot of energy, and it just felt like a rehazing of someone coming back from a long injury, seeing if you can take it. I get the appeal culturally in Japan to that. I personally don't like it, and I also don't agree with this, because Marvelous it's another company that's really struggled, and they really need to make somebody credible to Takumi. And a lot of fans believe that's Mio Momino. I believe Rin Katakura, she won't get to that level. However, she has... who else they got, really? You got to build somebody. So we're assuming it's Mio Momino. And when, culturally and traditionally, person who comes back from a long injury, or really any injury at all, but especially a long one, they come back and they lose. And then it's the retelling of their story where they will fight back and get stronger again, and that's the journey. My issue with this in this case is the fact that, look, there's only 4 people on this roster left. Mio Momino's the one with the most fanfare and credibility to her. A lot of people showed up to the show because of that. And would it have killed them to just go outside the box once for the special occasion and get someone would Chikayo lose anything if Mio Momino would have pinned her convincingly, or even with one of her cool roll-ups? I don't think so. That would have been way better and would have given her a lot of momentum. And of course, after the match, and she's doing interviews saying she wants all the belts. Well, how about you win some matches first? Let's see how she's going to get positioned throughout Marvelous. She'll probably be the number 2 within the Marvelous universe, but outsiders will probably still beat her, like a Veni, like a Chikayo, like we saw here. I have no doubt she'll beat people like Yurika Oka and Ai Hozan. There's no doubt there. But is she still going to be seen on the same level as Rin Katakura or slightly above? I don't have the answer to that. I don't know. I don't get the feeling that she will. Maybe I'll be proven wrong. But I was not impressed with this return. It didn't light myself on fire, but I'm also not the biggest fan of these tiny little indies that I am now categorizing these as. There was also a Suzu Suzuki Tomoka Inaba match that was making the rounds out from JTO, which was a show at the end of May. And I gotta say, this was fine. Look, let me pull up how long this went exactly. Cage match, Suzu Suzuki. Because I heard some mixed reviews. There was Alex on Stardom Quest. There's various people in other Discords that I'm in. Some people were saying it wasn't good. Others were saying like match of the year contender, and I always just go, okay, hold on, because to a lot of people, match of the year just okay. So it was a 20-minute draw. I was thinking it was 15 minutes. It felt like a year. They were in Basement Monstar, of all things, which is one of the worst venues that I could think of a wrestling show in Japan that people go to. It's just this cramped, just low balcony, crap light place. It is the definition of shindy basement, or basement shindy. But they went to a 20-minute draw, and it was essentially going through the motions. I have no commentary to say about this. I just want Tomoka Inaba to sign with Stardom yesterday, and let's just get this over with, because I'll have more to say on Inaba later on. And finally, Ice Ribbon. We are back with Ice Ribbon. As you guys are aware, I've been the Ice Ribbon podcast for the last 4 years, and this company has gone through tough times over the last year and a half, especially since the pandemic started. And just a brief reminder, Tsukushi retired with the title as expected, put nobody over except Ham, and gave her finishing move, and Tsukasa is on long-term hiatus. They decided to run a tournament for the vacant title. Okay, tournaments are interesting. It increases interest, and the idea of the tournament was fresh. New era, fresh people, let's go. It's like, okay. The issue that I pointed out at the start of it there were essentially no stars and no former champions outside of Makoto, who held this title over a decade ago. Wasn't even the same name. So my main concern was, how are you going to gain an audience and gain interest when there's so little kind of fanfare behind it? I guess that would be the verbiage I'd like to use. And there were a couple highlights in it. I liked the Teihonma Asahi match. I liked the Maika Ozaki, shockingly, very shockingly actually, against Ibuki Hoshi match. And we went into this tournament seeing the tournament blocks, and the top people that Ice Ribbon fans kind of picked out of favorites to win were Ibuki Hoshi, understandably so, Sauriano, Teihonma, and Asahi. So the interesting element of that is, in this new era, how will they actually use freelancers? Because with the exception of Mio Shirai back in, I believe that was 2012, and the thing is, she signed with Ice Ribbon either during her reign or just after her reign. So the freelance status became a signed status. There hasn't been a freelancer with the Ice Ribbon title in 10 years. So my prediction was Ibuki Hoshi. And really, it seems in the case of Asahi, who's kind of everyone's gauge and factor for being the number 2 on the come up, it really seems her booking and her positioning, she's clearly positioned higher and with respect. However, she's being booked more in the case her career is starting over. And now we're seeing people return. Curie, I believe, was announced returning. So that's going to be interesting. They debuted another young rookie. Don't have her name off the top of my head right now. So they're filling out the roster. I think the main detractor from Ice Ribbon for the next, who knows how long it's going to be, but it's not anytime soon, is going to be the level of wrestling you're going to see on these shows, and how much comedy how much comedy and how much character work is going to be throughout the card, rather than in the past where you were at least more focused to get and guaranteed to get a good semi-main tag and a good main event level singles match of some kind for the title. I think it's safe to say at the beginning of July here that the Fantastize title is a thing of the past. It's not coming back. The level of wrestling in this tournament is definitely not the Ice Ribbon we're used to, especially in the main event. We're not getting the Tsukushi. We're clearly not getting the Maya Yuki. We're not getting Tsukasa Fujimoto anytime soon. We're getting, because the winner of this tournament was Saoriano. The semifinals came down to Ano defeating Tei Honma, which was a nice little technical match with some nice little bendy roll-up type things that Ano does. I went 1 out of 3 rec on that one. I would say that was the second best match in the tournament, unfortunately. The best one being the Ibuki Maiko Zaki match, where they just kind of lead it into each other a lot more. And that's kind of the Maiko Zaki I've wanted to see for years, is her using her size, using her body, hitting those lariats, and really emphasizing strength. I still think her torture rack needs a lot of work, needs some pizzazz to it, much like a Lex Luger type pizzazz. But she definitely looked the best she has in quite some time in that match. And Ibuki won. The roll-up finishes were rampant throughout this thing. And I'm going to say the most baffling is the booking of Yuki Mashiro throughout this tournament. This was very strange. So she beats Makoto via using her foot on the ropes like a heel would in getting the pin. So her shtick was she was using her brain and her trickery to defeat these opponents. Okay? And that played into the semifinal match of Yuki Mashiro beating Ibuki Hoshi in 10 minutes by stealing her Ibuki's roll-up, and I believe she pulled the tights a little bit too. So that left Saoriano against Yuki Mashiro in the finals, which is not something I would have done because of the heavy-handed comedy Yuki Mashiro does. It is just, if there's one thing I truly believe in, it is funny don't make money. Funny doesn't make money. Otherwise, DDT would be a much richer company and draw a lot higher. The comedy aspects do not draw. And I really want these companies to kind of stay in business and these wrestlers get better and make money and I can continue to watch them. That's the main thing. The more people get into these buildings, the more shows they will run, the better people will get, and I get to watch more wrestling that I like. The positive aspect of Yuki Mashiro is she is very uniquely booked, and they play to her strengths. Great. I've been a proponent of that since day one. I really think she's very entertaining. Is she a main event level act? No, I don't think she is. She needs to definitely improve her wrestling, which she is, but she's definitely not there yet. She's still leaning into eye pokes in over-embellished comical form. They're always worried about her health in the ring, which is a big worry and a trust issue in the ring when you're working for a main event and trying to push somebody. I mean, that's just a fact. It's very tough to get behind someone like that. And look, it went 15 and a half minutes in the main event. It did delve into a lot of comedy. There was a ref bump in it. I definitely would not have structured a match where Saori Anou gets beaten down the majority of the match by the comedy jobber. That's really... She's never beaten anybody. Like, she technically has victories over credible people, like Tsukasa and I guess Makoto, even though she hasn't been credible in this promotion in years. The technicality aspect, I guess the Ice Ribbon fandom can get behind that. I still have a hard time getting behind that aspect of it. The finishing stretch was good, but let's not get this wrong. The wrestling was really rough, and it wasn't just on Yuki Mashiro either. Saori Anou is getting tested again. She's a former Actress Girls Champion, and what's lacked in her in years is her lack of main events, especially in singles matches. You just never see her in these things. So this is a first in quite some time. What Saori Anou is seriously lacking is the engagement in her matches. In tag matches, she shows a lot of fire. She has spurts of energy. She has an attitude, which is good. In a match like this, it's just very slow, not a lot of drama to her matches, very hard to get invested, and the bridging roll-up finish that she has, it's good for like tag match flash type wins. It's kind of like Shoko's senton finishing matches where it just comes off as flat. She does have the like Trouble in Paradise type, or not Trouble in Paradise. It's like a flipping neck breaker that Francisco Akira does. Like, that's a more convincing move, but it still feels like a setup type move. There needs to be something added into Saori Anou's game, or I really get the feeling she's going to struggle going forward as champion in Ice Ribbon. Now, there was an Ice Ribbon tag title match on the show of Asahi and Kaho losing to Totoro and Yuta Manase. Post-match, Ham and Makoto came out and challenged. I kind of expect them to win. But who the hell knows with the Ice Ribbon tag titles these days? They just kind of hop around whoever and whenever. It looks like they're building up... It's looked like this for a little while, but they're building up Asahi and Kaho as like the next tag team to market for the promotion, which I think is a good idea in that case. Where does Saori Anou go from here? I guess we'll find out. The show did do 563 people at Korakuen Hall, which by accounts is their... Let's see. It is their second highest attended show this year after their big May show of the retirement of Sakushi. So it is up as fans come back. So that is a positive. And one thing that I've been vocal about is the lack of fresh, interesting people in Ice Ribbon getting cycled. They're a little too slow and a little too slow on the trigger on certain aspects. I still say Makoto probably would have been a better choice, just because of the history with her. And you can, if there's... I don't have a problem with Saori Anou winning this thing. I think that's actually one of the better options that they could have done. And the Yuki Mashiro thing, I think the other theory is the tournament is the intriguing draw. So you don't want... Their idea is you don't want to burn off another Ibuki like title match if she's not going to win the thing. So I understand that. Why that couldn't, say, be Makoto beating Ibuki Hoshi, and then you get Saori Anou against Makoto, and you get that little thing. I really believe that would have been way better, because you still have Yuki Mashiro hanging out in that triangle ribbon, mid-card comedy, pulling off shenanigans. I think she needs a lot more time to build up credibility, and that's been a recurring issue I've had with a lot of this tournament, is all these people in it have no credibility. And I guess the question I'd ask you, the audience, is do you feel that Saori Anou, at the end of this, has that credibility as the main event champion? I think the general hardcore Joshi fans do think that. I personally do not. I think that remains to be seen. We'll see now that the tournament's over, because tournaments always draw. We're gonna see what they do for the rest of the year with Sauriano at the top. Will they even book her in main events? Will it be mostly just tag matches? Will there be a lack of trust there for her in the singles matches? These are questions I'm asking, and it's going to be intriguing to see it. What's rough for me watching these are very inexperienced people up and down the card of all ages, and it just when you're booking people like Maya Yukihi, and I will always use her as an example until further notice. She's just in mid-card tags, doing nothing. And for someone who's been such an integral part of your promotion, why is she not in big programs putting people over if you have no ambition to utilize her in a big-time main event? Do I think one of your second or third challengers to Sauriano should be Maya? Absolutely. Definitely do that. Hell, maybe you even save that for Ribbon Mania. Unless you want to use that as the trigger-pulling time for Ibuki Hoshi, where she can get that big stage and something happens there. Ice Ribbon has options, but they're very few and far between. How do you fill that time to get to these points is going to be a big struggle, I feel. I guess so comparatively, if you take out that Grand Princess show from TJPW isn't that far ahead of Ice Ribbon on the year in shows attended over 300. Not really. If you take out Ice Ribbon's Tsukushi Retirement, the big Yokohama show, TJPW is really only getting 150 to 200 fans more a show. Now, on the scale that we're talking about, that makes a big difference. Sometimes that's double what we're discussing, but for example, the biggest shows in April, it was Ice Ribbon 472 to TJPW's 509. For June in TJPW, they did a 525 Korakuen versus Ice Ribbon's 563. Now TJPW had only the tag title match that wasn't very good. And a very stunted Shoko theme, and all their stars are seemingly it's their choice. That's the kind of thing we're talking about here. Oz Academy's they're not running and they're struggling. They have only 3 shows over 300 this year. I guess we'll see what happens. They're gearing up for the big August show. We'll see how they do. That'll do it for Ice Ribbon. You know what? I'm going to bring back the guest here. Hey, guest. Do you think Ice Ribbon has what it takes to continue to grow in 2022, or do you think they're going to struggle?
You can talk this, but you can't walk the walk because you'll never be.
Okay. We'll never be her. All right. Thank you, Sasha. Time for Stardom. All right, guys, it's time for Stardom, and they have announced the blocks for the 5-star Grand Prix. We got the finish, our top 3 people from the qualifying league that got into the Grand Prix. We know who X is. I guess that's who X is. And we had Fight in the Top, the Steel Cage novelty show, and then the Korakuen that followed. Stardom's been busy. It's definitely a main reason why Stardom continues to grow in their own ways. They just had their largest Nagoya attendance for a particular building that they ran, and the venue looked really cool. They had interesting entrance marks with it, with statues. to really make the show feel unique. It's the show itself got universal praise. But before I go into the two shows with Stardom, they did announce the 5-star Grand Prix blocks. But your winners from the qualifying league, which was a very okay tournament. For a tournament of essentially rookies, it was fine. Nothing's really going to blow you away. I have the best match as Mai Sakurai against Hina. So that kind of gives you an idea of just the level we're talking about here. But Ame Sourei really just rolled through everybody, just undefeated. Good booking behind her. They booked Saya Ida to be the underdog coming from behind gimmick, which is good. That's kind of her role. She's only got her like 4 moves of doom. I expect her to maybe get 2 or 4 points in the entire 5-star, if any, and then Mai Sakurai is your third. So it's 3. It's essentially the 3 we all expected. I personally had Miyu Amasaki over Saya Ida getting in. They just seemed higher than Ida, in my opinion, and I also believe Miyu Amasaki has a way higher ceiling than Saya Ida. But your blocks are as follows. In the Red Star block, we have Shuri, Tam Nakano, Utami, which is your same 3 from last year that they're going to gimmick up there, Azumi, Koguma, Maika in the same block again, Himika, so I think a lot of people are excited to see Himika go up against like Utami and Shuri again, Tekla, Unagi, Saki Kashima, so we could be looking at some mousetrap finishes there, Risa Sera, and all caps Saki from Cosmic Colors. Risa Sera, I think, is a big wild card in this tournament because she can conceivably beat anybody, and I think she's in a position where she could lose to anybody. I don't think she's going to be heavily protected like she was in the 5-star, but I do believe she will have some level of credibility to her, especially coming off her match against Shuri, which was pretty good. Could we be looking at a case where Tam Nakano gets to the block finals, and is there a chance she is the one that comes out of this block altogether? I think there's a good chance of that. It really depends on how we look at where this Natsupoi Tam story ends up after July 9th here. More on Tam and Natsupoi later. But that's like Tam Nakano in this Red Stars really sticks out to me with where she's at in the company and how they've been using her and how they've been highlighting her over the last month. There was a reason why Stardom chose her to be the big kind of singles match winner in the first cage match in a Joshi promotion in like 20 years. But yeah, pay attention to Risa Sera. That's super interesting to me. And yeah, that's a strong block. Kind of mimics last year's. And then in the Blue Stars block, we have Mayu Iwatani, Julia, Saya Kamatani, Starlight Kid, Momo Watanabe, and I'll stop right there. This is also very much the same top names from last year, but Saya Kamatani's in it this year. Immediately, all these matchups against Julia really stick out. The Mayu match, of course. The Momo match we were robbed of last year before Julia dropped out to injury. Even that Saya Kamatani match really sticks out. And then you just go from there with Hazuki, Saya Ida, Natsupoi, Mina Shirakawa, Hanan, Mirai, Ami Sourei, and Suzu Suzuki. So yes, Suzu and Julia are in the same block. We're getting the big singles match. Could that go to a 20-minute draw? I think that's possible. Could it go to a DQ type finish? I think that's not off the table there. I think everybody is picking Julia to come out of this block, and downright win this thing, she's the clear favorite for this year. She is just perpetually always hot in this promotion. And honestly, as a fan, I really want her to win as well. So I'm heavily invested in what Julia is going to do, and I'm heavily invested in what Tam's going to do as well. This is all. I got Booker Brain on the mind, and I also got my fandom on the mind here. And right now, my fandom is really matching up with the booking right now. I believe the tournament's going to go. I don't believe Momo has a shot, considering she's challenging for the title like soon. More or less the same with Starlight Kid. Can you count out Mayu Iwatani? No, I don't think you can ever count her out. It just doesn't. It just feels like it's everyone else's time over than her, and they're just utilizing her in specific places. Kairi, not in the 5-star. I think there's going to be some fans a little bit disappointed with that. I'm personally disappointed that Toni Storm wasn't the X instead of Saki. I don't think Saki's going to have a good tournament. I think she's going to get a couple victories over like Unagi and maybe Maika and Koguma. I don't see Saki beating anybody big. Could I be easily wrong with that? Absolutely. And it still wouldn't bother me too much. It's just how the points are going to lay out. And I think we're all kind of hoping for maybe only like 2 or 3 20-minute draws throughout the whole tournament. Don't overindulge it too much. Now, if they put out the thing of 30-minute draws, that might get a little long in the tooth for even myself. However, these blocks look absolutely stacked. I'm picking immediately a Julia Tam final with a Julia win. And there's a lot they can play off of that. And then that'll take us into Stardom Fight in the Top. Kind of reminds me of those those past Wrestle Kingdom promos. It's like, Wrestle Kingdom, New Japan, in the world. So I can totally hear the same dude just going, Stardom, Nagoya, Summit Battle, Fight in the Top. But yeah, they got over 1,000 people in Nagoya Congress Hall here. Great showing. The first 2 matches are very standard. Ruaka beats Unagi and Waka in a 3-way. Unagi almost ditched Waka and then came back, changed her mind. Maybe there's something there. Momo Gogo and Saida defeat Lady C and Miyu Amasaki. Fine, 9 minutes. I didn't mind this at all, actually. Himika defeats Mina Shirakawa. Not in the same block, so I did like this move. I was very curious after seeing this match, this Himika Mina match, where were they going to be placed in the same block again and they could continue their story? They had a nice little build for this match. Mina wanted to be tough. She came out with the do-rag kind of situation going on, or a headband or something. Himika jumps her. They have a nice little 10-minute match. It's like a 3.5 star Big Dave scale thing going on. I went 1 out of 3 on it. Himika actually defeats Mina with her own roll-up win, gets one over on her. That pisses Mina off further. Look, they're telling stories. They got a little rivalry going in the undercard. Hell yeah, I'm into it. And I like Mina. I do. I'm into the whole Cosmic Angels group. They're all doing good things with the colors additives, and it's one of my favorite groups. The Artist of Stardom title 3-way elimination match. This was Oedo Tai's Saki, Momo, Starlight. They win and retain the titles over Julia, Maika, Mai, and the God's Eye trio of Ami, Mirai, and Shuri. And I think the big story coming out of this was God's Eye, I believe, first loss. Going because they were kind of my pick to win the Artist titles coming out of this. Just felt like they had the momentum for it. And honestly, I'm glad Oedo Tai kept these titles. Saki Kashima is on her big Robert Ory run. She just keeps winning them rings one way or another. She even got the last 2 eliminations in this match, where she eliminated Mai Sakurai and Ame Sore back-to-back, while there was a lot of over-the-top kind of deals with Momo kind of kicking off Maika and Mirai. I think Julia, Starlight, and Shuri all got booted off at the same time by a number of people. So they immediately knocked out the top players to protect them a little bit. This was a question I was asking myself. Would the match had been better if those three would have been at least, maybe not the last elimination, but could you have saved this triple elimination for like much later in the match? That way you have your big stars in it longer. And really, Micah and Mirai getting eliminated like the way they did was kind of disappointing as well. The match was good. What did I go? I think I went 2 out of 3 on it. I went... Yeah, I went 2 out of 3 on this. So it still ended up being a good match. I just wish it was better with the bigger stars in it for a longer period, because the match did go, I think it went like 20 minutes or so. And then we got the Tam Nakano Natsupoi Steel Cage match. As mentioned before, it is the first Steel Cage match in Joshi Wrestling in like 20 years. So as they were setting it up, they did a long video package, really telling the audience, or retelling to the audience, of their big white belt match from last year with the water being poured on them. They had them in back rooms looking all nice and talking about the cage match and their like feelings for each other and the emotions that are involved with such a thing. Very compelling stuff in case you had forgotten about it, and it did kill time. And if you're watching live, you could, go make a coffee or something. It's definitely on the longer side, but they had a lot to set up, clearly. So what did this match mean? It went 25 minutes, and the gimmick here was you had to make a pinfall before attempting to climb the cage, and if you were halted, you had to you had to do another pin before climbing it. Your escape would have been nullified. I thought this made the cage match super compelling. It gave me a stake in the point of beating down your opponent, because this isn't your typical like blood rivalry where you just want to beat down your opponent so bad and then you just pin them or you just walk out. The objective was to effectively win the match, and then you can you have to have to escape as you're going through the match proper. So Tam and Natsupoi have the history, and Stardom really wanted to do the cage match, clearly. However, I guess it maybe took convincing or something along the line, but their idea was, okay, who do we have that can put together a compelling rivalry in a short amount of time and grab the audience to make this novelty show sell? And it really reminded me of that kind of emergency month where it was in AEW, where Moxley and Kingston had to put together a program in 30 days. That's what this reminded me of. They have the history. Tam Nakano is the best kind of promo and storyteller, I believe, in Stardom. And Natsupoi is the big rival that they could do this more or less feud with. And they really leaned into it. They leaned into it on the press conference, throwing food in their faces, wanting to embarrass each other. Natsupoi's whole purpose is to overcome Tam. Left actress girl's kind of history there. So when they get into this match, when they're throwing each other into this grungy wire mesh cage, and they're rubbing their faces into it, and the camera's right up on them, I was wondering if they were going to bleed in this match, and they got as close to the point of violence without the use of plunder, where they didn't need the blood, because the fact they were doing big bumps onto the mesh. They're doing weird backdrops over the rope into the mesh. They're fighting each other on the top and stumbling to the mat, landing on the ropes a little bit. Like I said, they're booting each other into the face first into the cage. So over the course of the match, you see their like skin becoming red and matching and scraped, and the slaps are leaving marks over their face and chins and necks. Like, they look battle damaged. And that was really, really compelling. And because Tam's Road, as delicious as that is, the style of the match is to slow down and take in the emotion. It's just super engaging and compelling to me. And the way they structured this matched up with it. And honestly, this pinfall thing, I want to see this in many more cage matches than not. It was just so definitive in who came out of this was definitely the victor situation. And early on, they both got a couple roll-ups on each other and trying to get one over, and that has turned out to be a running story with these two as well. And it all ends up with Tam Nakano. They both have their variation German suplexes, and Tam Nakano hits the Violet Screwdriver, in which she does a delayed elevation and pummels her into the mat, stares at her, starts climbing the cage. Poi gets back up somehow, and to the point where Tam has to hangman choke her at the top of the cage to have her to drop like she had to put her out unconscious to get out of this cage. And then when it was over, she gets back in, and of course it's like Joshi 101 with these wacky cosmic angels, where it's like, okay, now that we beat the shit out of you, let's be friends. This is like Tam Nakano with the Shimizu all over again. Okay, now that I punted you in the face and asserted my dominance over you, I think now we can see eye to eye a little bit better. And Natsupoi is not about this, Natsumi Maki. She is very much adamant about her goal to surpass Tam Nakano. And this storyline against Tam has become one of my favorite of the year. And it really just kind of came out of nowhere and just rekindled because they wanted to run this novelty show. And that led into a Korakuen Hall where they meet a second time, different stipulation. It almost seems backwards, because after that singles match at Korakuen, they're going to do a third match, but it's a unit battle. So hopefully it comes down to those two in the ring for a third time, and we see what happens, and that would entail something interesting in the 5-star, as I'm curious. I believe Natsupoi is in blue and Tam is in red. I mean, is it far-fetched that they use that unit battle as a further storyline, and shockingly Natsupoi gets out of the block and faces Tam in the finals? I mean, that's good storytelling, where I'm thinking that could be a feasible option to do, and I believe Tam should come out of that. Tam's a main eventer, and Natsupoi, she's still on the younger side. In Joshi, it's like relative because people retire all the time out of nowhere, seemingly. But regardless, it really seems to me that Tam Nakano is hellbent on. She helped make Julia in the hair match, and that helped herself get over as well. She got over Saya Kamitani. It seems like Natsupoi and I guess Hikari Shimizu are going to be the next projects for Tam Nakano to get over, while she herself kind of reaches the next phase of her career in booking, whatever that may entail in the future. I believe she's primed for a red belt title match at some point. I mean, you have to do it, and I really want to see that as a fan. I am all in on Tam Nakano. Again, this match was phenomenal. I have it in my top 5 Stardom matches of the year. Put that combined with the Korakuen match we're going to talk about in a little bit. I mean, it could be a top feud of the year for me personally, and how my fandom works. The main event, I won't spend too much time on this because it's just kind of a wacky novelty thing, is the Stars trio of Hazuki, Koguma, and Mayu defeating the Queen's Quest trio of Azumi, Saikamatani, and Utami. It's a elimination cage where the whole objective is to escape the cage, and who's ever left last loses the match, essentially. So they've established that Mayu and Utami want nothing to do with this cage match. They've been roped into it by their rambunctious teammates because Hazuki, Koguma, and Azumi just want to jump off this thing. They just want to have fun. And this was definitely more along the lines of a Dragongate type cage match where there's antics, there's storytelling, and it's just a team wanting to win a match. Not to the same... I don't think this reached the same peak as the ladder match trios thing that they did at the end of last year. There was a wacky comedy spot at the end with Azumi and Koguma. I could have definitely done without, where they're playing Jonkin at the top and getting closer and causing comedy in the main events. Not for me, and I don't think it bodes well for the end. I do appreciate and really like how different the two cage matches were. The singles match, you had to pin your opponent. In the trios match, it's just straight elimination, try to escape at all costs. You don't need to pin anybody. And they kept the plunder out of the cage. The cage keeps you in the ring, and you have your goals. So Hazuki does a crossbody off the top. Azumi does a diving foot stomp from the top, the Psycho, just begging for her knees to explode into a million pieces, Muto style. Just crazy whack. The Mayu being delayed and having to be drug out by her teammates to get to the ring, and she's doing ugly faces. And when the bell rings and Mayu and Utami just want to escape this thing immediately, that's good. Good character work there. And then kind of weird that Saikamatani is this weird afraid of heights person, and then she gets to the cage and she's terrified to drop off from 5 feet, even though she's busy doing Phoenix splashes. It's kind of strange, but I see the endearment to it. But other than that, it's just a nice little novelty cage match. I only went 2 out of 3 on it. 3.5 Big Dave stars, I guess. Maybe 3.75. I don't know. Big Dave stars is always more of a whatever to me. But I went full 3 on the Tam Nakano Natsupoi match, and in a way I thought that should have been the main event, but I think the biggest moment here was Koguma at the top, and she just leaps off to escape onto all of Queen's Quest. That was cool. So Koguma, again, jumping off the highest thing imaginable. Bear style is freaky style. Sasha Banks, do you have anything to say about Koguma escaping the cage the way she did?
She wanted to run away. Well, guess what? I'm faster, I'm better, and I'm smarter. And I'm going to see her on Monday if she even wants to show up, because she's scared, little girl. She's very, very scared, and she's very...
Okay, well, Sasha Banks with harsh words towards Koguma. Scared little girl, she says, and she was just running away. Thank you, Sasha. And the Korakuen Hall event that followed, only 901 at Korakuen Hall, but it was on a Tuesday, so that could have a lot to do with it as well. Kind of hoping that they consistently get over 1,000, but, I figured maybe the Natsupoi Tam match would have garnered at least a little bit more intrigue. But hey, they still got 900. That's better than a lot of other companies doing right now in Korakuen Hall. Regardless, this is where we finished off our qualifying league matches. Starlight Kid defeated Waka. Hanan and Anaba went to a 15-minute draw, and this was just solid as fuck. I went 2 out of 3. Wild spin kick happened here, made the crowd audibly, make sound. That was cool. The draw doesn't surprise me because I believe Yurika Oka, whom Inaba was probably going to lose to the Sendai Little Junior shtick to, I think she broke her collarbone, so Inaba, I guess, has to hold this thing for a little bit longer, and Yeah, I never got the feeling Inaba was going to win this title in the first place. So the draw was it just felt like that was the right thing to do, actually. And this is one of the better Inaba matches I've seen in quite some time. Against Anon actually kind of shocked me a bit. So good stuff there. I believe Waka came out and challenged, even though she loses all the time. So the Unagi strategy's paying off for a fellow Cosmic Angel. Hey, good for her. And then, Cosmic Angels with colors defeat the Queen's Quest team. I went 1 out of 3 on this. It was a nice 10-minute little 8-man tag. Or 6-man? 1, 2, 3. No. 8-man tag. Yeah. 8-man tag. All Cap Saki might have something in Stardom, but I believe Shimizu is just way better, and Yuko Sakurai has a bigger ceiling. Unit competition, Captain's 4-way match, DDM won. Cool. And then your main event, Natsupoi defeats Tam Nakano, 20 minutes. And this match was very compelling again. They were able to... So, the story I took out of this was the one-upsmanship. And it all kind of started with Tam Nakano doing the cartwheel splash off the top to Natsupoi, and then she gets a big shit-eating grin on her face. She's goading Natsupoi the entire time. I really get the feeling that coming out of that cage match, Tam Nakano wants to recruit Natsupoi. She wants to become like a teammate with her. And in order to get Natsupoi onto her side further, Tam Nakano needs to bring the best out of her opponent by any means necessary. And if that means beating her with her own moves, doing gnarly scoop slams on the fucking floor on the outside, thumping on the mat, pulling that away, and doing the bare floor on the outside where they're trading slams. Oh, brutal stuff. These two just managed to make even the most simple things so engaging in their matches. So this is the third match in a row between these two singles that I am just locked in all the time. If you thought that maybe the cage match was too overindulgent for emotions and this was just straightforward beating each other up, and you prefer this one, I totally get it. I prefer the cage match because it had more elements to it. But yeah, this is still a top 10 match type of the year for Stardom. Excellent stuff again. I mean, they were trading their various German suplex holds with the tiger holds, with the dragon, with the hammerlock clutch. Tam Nakano kicked out of Natsupoi's fairy suplex. I don't remember the exact name, but I don't believe anyone's ever kicked out of that before, to my knowledge. So, huge turning point there, and that caused Natsupoi to bust out tiny variations of her own. I believe she'd used a knee drop off her cartwheel splash. She did her own version of a violet screwdriver, and then finished off Tam herself. And that's when they had a nice little post-match promo. Natsupoi is maybe not the best. She may not know what to say half the time, but the point stands that she's still not satisfied. They're 1-1. They're going to have the unit battle, and we'll see what comes out of that. This is just excellent storytelling. I love these two just beating the hell out of each other. It feels real. The best feuds have that feelings based on a sense of reality. And honestly, these are the types of matches missing in the rest of the scene. We need the rivalries. We need the stories. We need the sense of competition. And when I'm listening to some of these other podcasts, whether that's a post wrestling or even not so much Stardom Quest, they're generally good, but even a lack of podcasts. There's just a I get that there's a lot of positivity in the scene and you want to maintain positives and see the positives. I am a firm believer that there needs to be a sense of growth and an attempt of trying. And I don't get a lot of it's just matchmaking. And when you have someone on your roster that goes years without like challenging for a title, a singles title, mind you, or you've established for years that the tag titles are just hot potato things, it's so basic. And there's a reason why you don't see or hear coverage of these things. Or when you do, it's just, oh, I heard this person won in Pure J. Isn't that cool? You don't get like there's no Pure J podcasts out there. There's no Wave podcasts out there. There's no Seedling, because if you want to talk about anything, you'll start repeating yourself monthly, if they even run every month, or you can see the show every month, because it's just the same show over and over again with little to no development. And like, you're not getting a Natsupoi Tam Nakano match over in Wave. You're not getting that. You can't. They don't do that. You're not getting these like trios matches where people are that have stakes to them, other than maybe, I guess the best example would be this coming Sendai show. That looks to be their best card in like years. Let me pull this up. Let's see. Did I take a screenshot of it? I think I did. Yes. So it's Chihiro Hashimoto and Veni in the main event. Great. But Veni has no victories over Chihiro. She's just kind of in the match, which is fine, I guess. But the reason why I bring that up is Mika Iwata had pinned Chihiro like a month ago, or 2 months ago, and then all she got was a tag title match, and she lost. There's Suzu against Dash Chisako, where they just had like a run-in type match, and Suzu like buried this woman's head in the back of a table that didn't break. So that's wild. And then the rest of the card, we got like a Sakura Hoda match. We know what's to expect there. Risa Sera, Aoi are going to be in the undercard, and Mika Iwata and Takase are teaming up against Aono and Hiroyo Matsumoto. I mean, that screams to me Takase's eating a pin, or they just do a draw. Like something like that. I mean, I'll probably check that Sendai show out, honestly, but I mean, that's the kind of stuff I'm talking about. Even when you look at their month to month, there's just glaring things that just don't really make sense, nor does it get your excitement up other than in this vacuum level of a show. Like, how do you build something up higher so then even for your local audience, they go, man, I can't wait to go to the show next time because this person could have a match with this person based on their previous month. That's one of my major critiques of the indie scene here currently, is it's just matches. And that's not enough for a lot of wrestling fans out there. I know I got a little big tract on that based on a Tam Nakano Natsupoi match, but look, Tam Road's a real thing. And when you get on that Tam Road, you just gotta put on the blinders, no turn signals. You're just going straight down that road into Nagoya, and you're gonna win yourself a free hell. I don't know where I'm going with this. Whatever. Sasha Banks, do you have anything to say before we move on to the next thing?
Shut up!
Whoa! Can you say that on TV?
Nobody cares about where you're going to end up.
Wow.
But it seems to me that people are forgetting who the boss is of this women's division.
Well, okay. Thank you, Sasha Banks. I guess it's time for some WXW. Here we go. everybody. So, no, there's no Dragongate update this podcast episode other than Shuji Kondo's getting a match at the Korakuen in July, and I think that'll be pretty cool to see. So, Broken Rules 20, June 11th, 2022. I haven't gotten around to watching the various We Love Wrestling shows that followed, but this took place in Oberhausen, 560 in attendance, so another good crowd there in good old Oberhausen. And I previewed a little bit of the show, and it looked pretty rad, and it more or less lived up to my little hype that I had. Orshi ended up winning the 6-way scramble over Igel Blanc, Invictus, Masha Slamovich, Peter Tahanye, and the rotation. This was cool. I definitely recommend this one. It's just a lot of cool shit happening. I really like what they're doing with Orshi and how they're booking her, and coming out of the Robert Dreisker match. This was good. Very solid. Lavagno defeated Psycho Mike, not much there. Cara Noir defeats Axel Tischer in 11.5 minutes. Just a solid match in the mid-card, and it looks like they're going to do this match again at what would be the July show. See, they usually take July off, but since the pandemic, they I think it's Dead End in Hamburg. I believe that's what yes, Dead End in Hamburg is going to be at the end of July, and I believe they're going to have a rematch. And man, if they can if Tischer can beat him, and then they do like a 2 out of 3 falls match, I think that'd be pretty cool. Jurgen Simmons won a last man standing match against Vincent Heisenberg at 17 minutes. Very overindulgent, but clearly Jurgen Simmons is being geared up for another title shot. I don't know when that'll happen. I try to stay pretty spoil free on WXW. Eva Kolaski and Sebastian Suave did a heel match against Baby Allison and Maggot, 10 minutes. Fine. Probably the best Baby Allison and Kolaski have been in quite some time. And they're probably going to have a singles match again because they will face each other forever. Rot und Flott, that's Schenkenberg and Charisma, defeated the Only Friends, Bobby Guns, Michael Knight in a tables match, elimination style. 13.5 minutes. Plunder indie type match. The heels went over. Probably the right decision because it's the newfound heel team. They're building up Tag League. Rotten Flawed is kind of fit into that. What was that older duo called? It was Caspin and I can't remember his name, but that's what this team reminds me of at this point in time. So the journey of the Only Friends trying to get these tag titles continues, and then in the main event, Gresham defeats Dreisker by DQ. And when I previewed this, it smelled like Angle big time because Gresham's the Ring of Honor champion. They can't just beat him. And he was there. I was wondering how they're going to get out of it. And WXW is not afraid to do some wacky angle to try to build something further. And lo and behold, I didn't like the way they executed it, but the idea's there that I do like. The match was only 7 minutes before Dreisker. There's a ref bump. Dreisker hits the Dreisker bomb. And there's no ref. And he's had enough, so he's going to leave. He's just going to leave the match. He don't care. There's nothing on the line. There's no stakes. This was a main event, so I'm okay, here's the angle. And the locker room comes out because he's evil coach. They stop him, and then he's going to go up the ramp. And the Arrows of Hungary and Lawrence Roman push him back. And if you remember, the Arrows of Hungary are the big Hungarian trainers. So they're the trainer of Orshi, and they were out there kind of staring him down when he was beating her up. Well, Dreisker gets a big smile on his face, and they walk right by him. Roman and Arrows of Hungary, they turn heel and get in the ring and beat the shit out of Jonathan Gresham. So we have a faction of 4 here. With Dreisker as the top heel, with a tag team that, Arrows of Hungary, I think they ran their course as the big babyface tag team, and this was a there's a lot that they can do now with people like Peter Tehanye and Orshi, and their Hungarian students coming in. So it's essentially the evil coach team is what we're looking at here, and that's pretty cool. So it's going to be students versus teachers. I believe there was a big Chikara feud that went on, a similar story a number of years ago. I think it involved I can't even remember the Chikara dudes' names currently. Snake Mask guy and the guy who got canceled. But regardless, I mean, intriguing stories to say the least. And I'm looking forward to what happens with Dreisker going forward. He's clearly the main aspect, and I'm wondering where... So Tristan Archer, Dreisker, and his group, and then the journey of the Only Friends trying to get the tag titles. And they've really downcycled Axel Tischer into good little singles matches that are nice. There's a lot to like here. There's a lot to like in WXW. They don't always hit because there's only so much they can do, and they got to kind of fill space with guys like Vincent Heisenberg learning on the spot and doing things. So, you work with what you can get, and I'm enjoying this WXW growth, because that's what's happening. This is like real growth and attempts at trying something new and fresh, and we're getting a lot of fresh acts going forward. And that'll do it for WXW, as now it's time for the retro. And welcome, it's another All Japan Women Destiny time. We're on episode 71. We're doing Yokohama Dream Slam Part 2. Well, the show is Dream Slam 1. We did have Dream Slam in Nagoya back in November. It was the first titled Dream Slam event, and in 1993, it is the major interpromotional show. And in our previous episode 70, I went through most of the matches across the Classics episodes and realized in the Classics that the Classics wasn't going to cover Dream Slam 2 in Osaka, which has really good matches on it and very important historically for gates and star ratings and the overall presentation of what and where All Japan Women and really the scene was heading across 1993 for the rest of the year and going into 1994 and then 95. So in the last episode, I praised the hell out of the opener of Hikari Fukuoka and Plum Mariko from JWP, defeating Kari Ito and Saki Asagawa. This was the match where Debbie Malenko was actually supposed to in it initially, but she blew out her ankle, effectively ending her career. And Kari Ito stepped in, and everyone really came out and showcased in that one. And obviously went over the double Inoue defeating Cutie Suzuki Mayumi Ozaki match, which is just a phenomenal showcase of the talent. Cutie Suzuki just massively impressed me. Yes, I have seen her before, but this was the massive appeal that the JWP wrestlers have. They're just different compared to the AJW crew, and that's mostly based off of the presentation. They're leaning more and more into the idol look. They're the ones that started the trend of more extravagant gear, moving away from the bathing suit era that AJW is very much part of, and still kind of is, respectively. We are seeing a lot more new gear show up, and for this Dream Slam 1 show on April 2nd, 1993, it is the debut of the Victory Through Guts mat, the all-white black and white logo. I believe it is. I hadn't seen it on any classic episodes prior. I haven't seen it on any shows. So this seems to be the right confirmation that this is the Victory Through Guts era we have entered. And I have, and I actually got some feedback from a couple people wondering why I was so down on the Kansai Hota match, and it's really based off of, it's a lot of just the UWF style I'm just not a fan of. They move really slow. What people's opinion, or at least viewpoint of the selling, I see it as kind of more of a no selling aspect. UWF just isn't my thing. And I also don't think Hota is really all that good either. So although the build up to the match was good, because they showed videos of like Kansai from like a decade prior getting rejected from AJW when they were getting 3,000 applicants trying to become wrestlers, and she didn't make the cut while Hota did. So there's it had a good backstory, and even in the post and pre-match comments, they went into that pretty well. The Aja Kong Bull Nakano taking on Eagle Sawai and Harley Saito, I praised the hell out of. And that's going to go into more of the LLPW stuff, as LLPW really got a lot of respect coming out of the show, particularly from this match, and then what we will talk about in a little bit, the Akira Hokuto Kandori match that became legendary in women's wrestling, or at least from the fandom. That really solidified the relationship of sharing talent between the two promotions, maybe even more so than JWP, at least in terms of putting on major shows collectively. And the LLPW crew wasn't afraid to take falls. As we learn more about that in the LLPW journey over on the Patreon, patreon.com/redrelief retrocast, you can follow along monthly with monthly LLPW reviews. But the LLPW shows later in the summer, they start getting people like Aja Kong and Bull Nakano involved in storylines, and the LCO storyline continues way up into the point where I just reviewed recently the Akira Hokuto Rumi Kazuma hair versus hair match, kind of completing and tying the knot on that LCO versus LLPW. And I definitely wasn't high on the Kudo Combat Toyota, Yamada Toyota, Manami Toyota, that is, main event. I was actually kind of shocked that was the main event, considering kind of the mid-card underneath it, especially that double in a way. But the tag titles weren't even on the line. And oddly enough, I was going through old Pro Wrestling Torch articles, and there wasn't much there. Old observers trying to see what the deal was with trying to put this show together. And it was really just trying to make money, first of all. They wanted to capitalize on a new wrestling market, because AJW has now completely switched at this point in time to a lot of male wrestling fans, like actual wrestling fans, not the idolistic culture that the 80s had with Chigusa Nagayo and Maki Fumiaki and all this crew. But if you listen to what I will talk about later, the Chigusa Nagayo Devil Masami match later, you hear a lot of those women back in the crowd screaming for Chigusa. So this attracted both sets of fans to the show. That's kind of where we stand. And I wanted to do something special here. I've pulled up a lot of those, a few of those old Observers, Wrestling Observer newsletters, to see what the feel was from one particular Dave Meltzer at the time in his coverage of it. I also found it interesting, some figures he was given, and he got, along with the time lapse between getting the show and reporting on it, essentially, even back then in 1993. Because you compare that today, where it's like, oh, I gotta wait 24 hours to see the show because I'm busy that night, and everything's readily available generally, unless you follow some other Joshi promotions out there. But even in the case of Stardom, if you didn't pay for the pay-per-view and you're only signed up to Stardom World, which is mostly what I do these days, the wait time is anywhere from 3, 5, 7 days after the event. Okay, so Dream Slam 1, All Japan Women. This is I ended up reading through this whole thing, and I kind of want to read almost word for word this paragraph here. It's not that extensive, but it is from Dave Meltzer. He goes, All Japan Women pulled off the biggest promotion in group's history, setting several records with its 25th anniversary All-Star Dream Slam show, April 2nd at Yokohama Arena. As expected, the show drew the largest crowd in the history of both the promotion and women's wrestling in Japan, with a sellout of 16,500 fans. Some seats were blocked off for the ramp and other special effects in the arena that normally hold 17,000 for wrestling, of which 15,000 on this event was paid. While this wasn't the largest crowd to ever see an all-women's wrestling show, the record, and he makes some Mildred Burke references for 19,000, it may have been the largest anywhere in the world over the past 40 years. And this got me thinking, I'll stop there, this got me thinking about some other past gates with the various Crush Gal show, the Chigusa Nagayo retirement show, the Beauty Pair and Jackie Sato selling out like Budokan, and no, they did not have as many fans, and you can guess by inflation that the show actually did also have, or it did make more money as well. So I'll read on from there. While a Japanese record crowd was expected, a sellout was not. About 5,000 tickets. 5,000 of those tickets were walk-ups with huge lines forming in the early afternoon. While we don't have the exact gate figure for the card, I, referencing of Meltzer himself, was told that with the high-scale ticket prices, up to $255 ringside was in the neighborhood of what New Japan generally does in PAX Arena. New Japan, with these same ticket prices, has done $1.5 million in the building, and although I doubt that the gate was quite at that level. And that's probably fair. The back-end tickets and trying to unload cheaper seats were probably and generally cheaper, but that does give you an idea that they're probably in the $1 million range for this show. The only money figure I do know is that sales of the program, the wrestling program promoting the show alone, were $68,000 in total as they sold out before the first match even began. Certainly, they shattered and probably more than doubled the previous gate record for a women's wrestling show anywhere in the world, set by even the same promotion in the same building 4 years earlier for the Chigusa Nagayo retirement card. There you go. There's that part. In addition, it was believed to have been the longest wrestling show in the history of Japan, starting at 6:30 p.m. with the final match ending just after midnight at 12:21 a.m. Traditionally, major shows in Japan end around 9 p.m., and I believe this was the first regular starting house show to last past midnight. And then he references a wing show that ran a TV taping past midnight to 5 a.m. JWP did a live television shoot from 1:30 a.m. to 5 a.m. last August, for reference. But between 12 and 13,000 fans still remained in the building for the finish of the main event, with a large clump leaving just as the final match was getting started because the final train to Tokyo left at midnight. So that's referencing that people risked staying for the Akira Hokuto Kandori match, because that match had so much heat and excitement to it that they risked not being able to make the last train into Tokyo. So that FMW, AJW, Manami Toyota, and Toshio Yamada match had, 3,000-4,000 less people in the building, but that shows how much this show meant to fans, and they clearly felt like they were watching history in some capacity. let's see, where was I? Since the bouts consisted of All Japan women facing wrestlers from other promotions in each match, with the promotional rivalries and egos involved, some matches had cooperation issues, as reported. Maybe true, but I didn't really get that feeling from many of the matches out there. But it was a sense of pride to not get kind of showboated and bodied by your other promotion. So maybe there were some spots here and there that it's like, wait, no, I'm going to run the ropes, stop, I'm not looking weak in this beginning moment, because you wanted to set the first impression. Because we can't forget that prior to this show and the Dream Slam labeled show from 1992, that AJW was still very much the prominent women's promotion. So when it came to JWP and LLPW, many wrestling fans out there weren't aware of the promotion, especially even on the level that AJW was. So again, these are probably a lot of fans seeing these wrestlers for the first time and maybe have just heard about them in magazines and whatnot. Or at least a large chunk. And this also brings up an interesting point that the overall consensus was it's because this was interpromotional, and it's because so many of the matches were just pitted against each other. There was no like joining teams or anything, which is relevant to right now because Forbidden Door happened, New Japan and AEW, and then you can even reference earlier this year the HAW, New Japan, AEW, and the New Japan Noah show where there were two distinctly different choices. Whereas the AEW Forbidden Door show, yes, it had a few interpromotional matches, like the Claudio Castagnoli Zack Sabre Jr. match, and then the Tanahashi Moxley match. But there was a lot of matches also where it was a mishmash of various AEW wrestlers teaming with New Japan wrestlers, and so the New Japan could pin another New Japan guy. You never really felt like one promotion was being pitted above another in that case. And then, contrastly, the Noah show had a lot of just regular tag matches and not really a true interpromotional show. So the other thing is both those shows sold out instantly on announcement because it really gathers a lot of fan interest. So very much relevant to Dream Slam 1 here, where it was very much that. But because these people these wrestlers in 93 hadn't really interacted with each other before, it was a first of a first kind of situation. And every match had some sort of specialty to it, and pre-match interviews of going, I don't want my company to look weak. I have to stay strong and beat this promotion to show that we are the best. It's a very different mentality, but also wanting to put on the best show possible for the fans. And I really figured, I mean, yes, AJW did win the most important things, as we've seen on the LLPW journey over on the Patreon, that when AJW's involved, the Matsunagas don't lose, brother, kind of situation. And they're even cutting promos that the company is weaker, and you see that throughout this show and post-match interviews, where I knew they couldn't match up to us AJW wrestlers, and if they lost, they feel embarrassed and disappointed in themselves as wrestlers that they have shown weakness to this other promotion. So very much, I get it's all promotional material, but when you add it all together, you're just like, okay, I get it. So Meltzer writes on, very briefly, as follows. All the women debuted new ring outfits, so make it seem like this was different from the everyday show. From an audience standpoint, I'm told it was considered one of the most spectacular shows ever in Japan, and a videotape of the show is expected to be released in 3 or 4 weeks, which there will be a 3-video series lasting 6 hours, so 3 separate VHS tapes. So pretty incredible stuff when you look at it that way, between the time frame, time lapse, just anticipating the event over and over and over again in your head to see what's going on there. So I will move on to that was the April 12th, 1993 Observer, so a week after the event. I move on to April 26th, 1993, and he goes as follows. I had the chance to see the Dream Slam 1 show on handheld video. Love the verbiage. It was definitely one of the greatest wrestling shows ever. The only drawback is maybe there was too much wrestling for one show, as 6 hours may be overkill. Well, here we are. I am doing a 2-part episode just on Dream Slam 1 because it's such a massive show and I wanted to cover the whole thing. So there you go. The only drawback is, instead of producing it as a show to fit a time limit, it seemed like in 8 of the 11 matches, everyone out there was trying to have the best match of their career, since it was the biggest crowd any of them had ever worked in front of. With time restraints, be damned. and you feel that on the show. And I'll reference Forbidden Door again. When there's a packed, high-octane fire crowd, the wrestlers are motivated beyond reason, and they want to put on the best show, not just for themselves, but also for the fans. Motivation is huge, and I've been very critical of the Joshi scene here in 2022, and that I can't say they're phoning it in, but the motivation is low. I mean, obviously, there's going to be more motivation to wrestle in front of a crowd of 1,200 at Korakuen over 100 at Shinkiba First Ring. That's just the way it is. Your adrenaline levels go way higher when there's 10 times the crowd in front of you and screaming. That was largely the case, as it had more great matches than any Starrcade and was easily superior as an overall show to the 1989 Baltimore Bash and Music City Showdown that are largely remembered as the best major U.S. shows of the past 5 years. So there's and as someone who has watched all those Starrcade, which you can listen to on the Patreon, I watched every single one from 1980, 3 to 1997. And I have 1998 on audio as well from my WCW reviews. So I agree, this was better than any Starrcade show I had ever seen. They also did what WCW should, and no doubt won't, do for the Legends. They had 21 of the most famous retired wrestlers in their 25-year history of the company come out to do original entrance music, walk down the aisle while tape is playing on the big screen of the finish of the match, with them winning a major title, or in this case of Dump Matsumoto, making a spectacular ring entrance, because she never won a title in the promotion, which is something I've referenced throughout the 80s when I was going over the classics. So you see them walking down the aisle today, superimposed on the big screen of them in their prime. So there you go. Considering what the ticket prices were, the combined gates of the 2 All-Star Dream Slam shows may have approached $2 million. And that isn't taking gimmick sales into account, so merch and programs and whatnot. And the videos went for $177 to $155 respectively, and it doesn't take an awful lot of sales for that to add up to some hefty numbers. And then he goes on with some various results in there. So yeah, that was excuse me. That was the combined All-Star Dream shows, including Osaka, which we'll cover in the next episode. Man. Okay. So I'm trying to look for the star ratings of what Meltzer gave this, and I know Cage Match has them up, but I wanted to kind of gauge if there was some interesting quips of of his little match reviews. And I came across this. May 17th, 1993, Observer Newsletter. The FMW show on May 5th, where it was the massively crazy Terry Funk Onita match, on that same card came the fastest paced match of the show as, quote, FMW's Combat Toyota and Megumi Kudo defeated All Japan Women's top tag team Manami Toyota and Toshu Yamada in 22 minutes 17 seconds when Megumi Kudo pinned Manami Toyota after a double arm lock from behind into a German suplex. This was AJW returning the favor for FMW women, putting them over on the All Japan Women Dream Slam 1 show at Yokohama last month. So, my interpretation of that is, yes, it was returning the favor, but it also screams to me that Onita remains the best one of the best politickers and grifters in wrestling of all time. This man I believe, booked his women into the main event and he has the silver tongue, the spoon in his mouth, the the tonsils of trade, whatever. The Onita somehow praised his women up so much, and because they've also been on just massive shows on the same cards as he has, with this FMW explosion of popularity, that his two women, Kudo and Combat Toyota, I believe, those two also have their AJW roots as well, grifted them into the main event, even though they probably shouldn't have, and then got them to also return the favor a month later. And honestly, this kind of checks out because LLPW, when they work with the FMW women, has similar give and take to it all. The FMW feud on the LLPW reviews has a major kind of storyline involving Norio Tateno, and she's kind of at the crux of this. And you see people like Miki Honda and Eagle Sawai and company going over to FMW, and while Eagle Sawai is not doing jobs, plenty of others are, as they return the favor accordingly. And then finally, I know this is going long, but I really wanted to do something special for this particular half of Dream Slam 1. And finally, we got a few of the results as he got a hold of the tape, he reviewed them, got some star ratings, and the fact we go on to May 31st, 1993. So almost 2 full months later after the event, it finally showed on television of some sorts. With clipped matches and highlighting various other matches from the show. But here we go. Kyoko Inoue, Takako Inoue beat Cutie Suzuki, Mayumizaki. This was from Dream Slam 1, in my opinion, the best match of the show. This is from Meltzer. This match was fantastic in every way from start to finish. Both Kyoko and Ozaki were incredible, particularly Kyoko in both working the crowd, which is going wild from start to finish, and in doing hot moves out of nowhere. Suzuki, Cutie, was a lot better than I remembered her, and Takako is actually a good worker now as well, but isn't in the elite category, and sometimes because she's marketed as the pretty girl of the group, that she doesn't get the respect for being as good as she is. There you go. So the idolistic presentation, even back then, doesn't get the respect for the wrestlers being good workers, and that's kind of relevant to today with a lot of the Joshi wrestlers showing up in the United States, whether it's Shida, Riho, Maki Ito, with the idolistic presentation to them, and people just brush them off immediately, especially in in Western culture. But you're even seeing that here in his review back in 1993, and perhaps that has something else to do with the Japanese new male wrestling fan base looking at these women, well, the way they are, and kind of brushing off pretty girl vibes. Let's see here. There were so many great moves here that I can't even describe him, writes Meltzer. Highlights included Kyoko doing a 38 repetition giant swing on Suzuki, and Suzuki and Ozaki alternating 5 leaps off the top rope, landing on both feet, with both feet on the stomach, on the chest of Kyoko. After all sorts of near falls, Kyoko held Ozaki up in a shoulder breaker, and Takako came off the rope and spiked her down by the throat and pinned her. 5 stars, gives the Big Dave man. And he gave the Bull Nakano Aja Kong match 4 stars. So there you go. That's what I wanted to bring up for Dream Slam and how it was covered, the time frame we're talking about, and what was going on here. So, now for my opinions over the various matches on these shows. So, the ones we missed were Rumi Kazuma, Miki Honda of LLPW, taking on and defeating Suzuka Minami and Etsuko Mita in 22 minutes, 27 seconds. Then there was Chigusa Nagayo's in-ring return match after retiring 4 years ago against Devil Masami, in which Masami beats her in 17 minutes, 28 seconds. And then the match of legend, Akira Hokuto pinning Shinobu Kandori of LLPW in 30 minutes, 27 seconds after a double juice bloodbath of a match. I loved all 3 of these matches. Now, I still think the Cutie Suzuki, Maya Miyazaki against Double In Away was the best match on the show. I do agree with that, and I also think it is my number 2 match in AJW history, is where I'm slotting that in at this point in time. It's still behind the Chigusa Nagayo Devil Masami match from summer, the big August summer show that was in 1985. That is still my AJW match of the promotion. I still haven't seen anything quite to that level and that ferocity with that kind of finish, and very much different. But the Cutie Suzuki match, at least in tag teams, lived up to quite a lot of others. And just off the top of my head, some others I was thinking of was the tag match from last November that was really good. The Akira Hokuto Kandori match that was on this very show. The various hair versus hair matches that we've seen so far with like Toyota and Yamada themselves, Dump Matsumoto, Chigusa Nagayo. It was pretty easy for me to come to the conclusion, at least for my fandom and my opinion, that those 2 are the best. So, Rumi Kazuma, as we know from the LLPW journey, and they even reference this in pre-match interviews, is she's the president of LLPW. She runs the shit. And they're really trying to hit home that maybe she's not really the best wrestler. She's more of a businesswoman kind of situation. And if you notice something from the LLPW crew, and I love referencing this on the LLPW journey on the Patreon, is their gear and presentation is still something straight out of the mid to late 1980s. Rumi Kazuma is like the entire embodiment of that, where she's got the big, thick, curly hair. She's got the huge body one suit with the frills on her shoulders and going down on her sleeves. It's pretty funny. Mickey Honda's got the just straight up kind of bowl cut type look. And you got Suzuka Minami and Etsuko Mita. Suzuka Minami and Etsuko Mita are like 5'7", 5'8", respectively. They tower over the very much smaller Kazuma and Honda here. So, and the pre-match interviews also make reference to their height advantage, where Mita was convinced by Akira Hokuto to go back to her kind of Kanochi type look that she's got going on. And it's always funny that 5'7", 5'8", 5'9" in Japan is considered giantess, when that's like the normal height here in the United States for like a women's wrestler. But regardless, the interviewer referenced that to Mita, and she just goes, yes, I am much stronger and bigger than these weakling LLPW women. It would be embarrassing to lose in this situation. So Kazuma pinned Mita with a German suplex, and I've read, and Meltzer even here says he heard mixed reports. And I read mixed reports myself when finding other people who have done this show. And there's also others like myself that were much higher on this match than others. And I think a lot of us have come across the Scott Blog of Doom site, and he himself wrote over this match, and he was much higher on it than Dave Meltzer, who I believe gave the match like 3.5 stars to it. Yeah, he only gave it 3.5. Scott Blog of Doom went 4.25. And I'll just read an excerpt from the blog here. A really good, hard-fought match with a solid story. The smaller LLPW girls having to use teamwork to deal with Mita, usually via double teams and good reversals instead of her partner, especially once the AJW girls started to gain momentum. This was the Mita show through and through, and with her doing all the great character stuff, though not many big moves. The LLPW girls were fast and hit some nice stuff, while Manami just came off as generic, to be honest, but good enough in that role. Her power bombs and tilt-a-whirl backbreakers were awesome. So yeah, there was... I've definitely come across a lot of people that think and see Suzuka Minami as this kind of generic mid-carder. And honestly, she going through the 80s, seeing her debut, seeing her various pushes in the mid to late 80s, she was one of the top workers, and much depleted and different roster at the time. But she had her white belt run, her All Pacific run. She had her rivalry with Hokuto. The tag team scene was very much viewed as different back then. And I really like what Suzuka Minami has brought in at the end of 1992 and going through 1993 here, especially with her showing up in LLPW. She's fantastic. I love Suzuka Minami, so I definitely disagree with that. But when you go back and you start in the 90s and you are just first exposed to Suzuka Minami when she is a mid-carder at this time. She still has some veteran respect to her, though, and I think that gets glossed over quite often with her. So the match itself really, really focused on Etsuko Mita because she was going to be taking the fall. And the finish, I thought, was very hot, with Cosma hitting her high kicks, doing essentially rolling Germans until finally pinning her. I'm not at the full 3 kind of vibe on this match, but I'm definitely going at like a high 2 out of 3 recommendation here. I really do love this match, and I'm going to be honest, it was actually Miki Honda who didn't impress the most in this. And if you've listened to the LLPW reviews, as 1993 goes on, she gets more and more matches like this, and she gets clearly more and more comfortable coming out of her skin and getting much more confident in the ring and hitting bigger and bigger moves until finally she gets like posted by Aja Kong at the big event in November in LLPW. But regardless, she has a very, very good 1993, and it sure looks like it kind of all starts here, which is kind of cool to see. So then we move on to Chigusa Nagayo and Devil Masami. This was so good. Let's see. Did Meltzer give this match a star rating? Does not seem to be the case. This one was very interesting. So, pre-match interview, Chigusa Nagayo's in there, and she's gained some weight, and the interviewer was very adamant to let her know that, you've gained a lot of weight. Can you keep up with active wrestlers today? And Chigusa Nagayo makes it come across as a joke of sorts, but she also recognizes that, yes, she has gained a lot of weight over the last few years, and actually she looks more menacing this way because she is bigger. Because when you watch old JWP, and you see Devil Masami in there, she towers over all of those fellow JWP wrestlers. And Chigusa Nagayo was like right with her, nose to nose. So she is anything but small. So Devil Masami recognizes that in her interview that, yes, she's used to now wrestling much smaller wrestlers. She's going to have to put on a more power show and prove to her and her peers that, yes, Nagayo can't be... taken lightly, but she also hasn't wrestled in a number of years. So back to the Nagayo interview, the interviewer asked her, "Oh, is there any chance of your in-ring return?" And she goes, "No way. I couldn't even run a lap around the arena. It's so big. I got halfway and I had to take a break. I was out of breath." And she also goes, "I am not returning to wrestler. I am an actress now." She even does that in the post-match interview where she goes, "I am Chigusa Nagayo, an actress, not professional wrestler." So I love it. Very good. And I do want to mention that I found a different copy of this online, and there were also post-match little interviews with all of the legends. And my favorite one, I just wanted to put this out, was Jaguar Yokota She's 30, she's single, and she's ready to mingle with some hot men. And so she's looking for a man. Jaguar Yokota. Okay, so I wanted to know what the various blogs and Meltzer thought of this match, because my thoughts were this match ruled ass. I love this one. I don't think it's nearly as good as their 1985 title match. No way. I mean, that's not close. However, Devil Masami has found so much more character work over the last few years since she's left AJW and joined JWP. And she kind of has to have this brooding giantess figure to her in the ring. And Nagayo, she's got the objective of not embarrassing herself, but she also really puts over a kayfabe fact that she hasn't wrestled in 4 years, and everyone's so much better now. And she puts over the young talent and puts over her senpai, Devil Masami, knowing that she's still been active and will probably whoop the shit out of her. But she'll give it her best try. And best try, she certainly did. Chigusa Nagayo, look, she's not hitting her lightning-fast German suplexes that she used to, but she still has that presence and credibility to her and how Devil Masami sells these high kicks during the match is phenomenal. It's really good. Masami is such a good worker. She's definitely up there as one of my top 5 of all time. And when Nagayo does knock her down and Masami finally goes down, Nagayo doesn't stand there and gloat to the crowd. She gets back set up in a martial arts position and then just lays into her some more as she's on the ground. Because what's the best time to beat your opponent? When they're on their knees. So that was the match here. There was really good lariat exchanges where, because they're so much bigger, and Masami just lighting her up, getting her into the corner, coming off. The UWF style of that Hota Kansai match wasn't as good as this. And they weren't even going for that kind of match. They were just doing professional wrestling and selling the fact that they're both big and they need to lay it in even harder to knock their opponent down. These weren't clotheslines. These were lariats in this case. Really good stuff here, just constantly going on. And let's see here. Let's see. So Meltzer does not go into much over the match itself, other than putting over Chigusa Nagayo is one of the greatest women's draws of all time, including Maka Fumiyaki. Let's see. So I guess I'll go check out the blog here. Biggest match so far. Nagayo is one half the Crush Girls, blah, blah, blah. He does a little introduction there. Nagayo appears to have not lost a step hitting suplexes and stuff, but the Japanese have a thing where you always lose your return match. Ring rust is practically enforced. So she can't just get it together against her foe for the most part. She has no answer for the final stretch. Starts as she misses a kick in the corner, allowing Devil to just increase the damage of her moves, and the bout escalates further as Masami hits 3 power bombs. Masami gets a psychotic look on her face and screams, "Power bomb!" And finally, Devil hits a freaking Northern Lights suplex for the win, 17-27. And I must say, when Nagayo got hit with that first powerbomb, I thought we were done street here. She kicks out, does a second one. I'm like, oh, okay, all right. We gotta keep her credible. She kicks out again. I'm like, what the fuck? And even Devil Masami gets the wacky face. Like, are you kidding me? She gets a third one, and she still barely kicks out. I'm like, what is going on here? This was like Japanese strong style as its finest. It was King's Road. Maybe even we're going Tam's Road these days. This finishing stretch was so good. Crowds chanting Chigusa like crazy. This was a old school 80s power match, and I loved it. I went like 4.5 on this. This was so good. I absolutely adored it, and I think that has a lot to do that it's different than a lot of the go that we're used to in seeing a lot of these. I'll call them modern wrestlers. The Toyotas and such, that generation. Masami and Nagayo just have incredible chemistry with each other. You can't miss it. And that'll take us into the last match, the Akira Hokuto versus Shinobu Kandori. Miss Credible, marketing herself as the best women's wrestler in the world. They post that in the pre-match interviews as well. Akira Hokuto is questioned about this, and she references she goes, only Kandori sees herself as the best in the world. She tells herself that. The sass and confidence around Akira Hokuto is incredible with her. What is the Japanese term for Akira Hokuto's entrance look? I believe it is called a no, like N-O-H. I believe that's what it is. She got a katana and like the no gear. I think that's the right terminology. But yeah, as you guess, I since I'm on Melter rhetoric here, let's just read the match, because this is a match of legend. It's a double juice job. There's a pile driver through a table on the outside, which the table doesn't break, but Hokuto's head leaves a indention in the table, and that's where Hokuto comes up, zombie bleeding. And as you know on this one, I don't go by the Muto scale here. I go by the Nagayo scale from those Dump Matsumoto, Chigusa Nagayo rivalries. How much on the Nagayo scale was this? Well, we're not doing TV Nagayo. We're doing big pay-per-view, large event, 10,000 plus people in the arena, bleed, cut job. Hokuto is the full Crimson Mask. She's going full blood. Later in the match, Kandori gets a little blood on her. She was kind of on the not even low-end Nagayo blade job. This was like house show. It's just kind of like a small cut, dribbles down her face, goes on her nose. Kind of seemed like a shoot headbutt came off her kind of situation. It's just trickling down. But this was good. This match was on the cover of Weekly Pro magazine 2 days before the card, and that was rare because women just wouldn't make the cover, because women's wrestling still had very much a stigma back then, and this match had a lot of credibility to it, especially with Kandori involved and her credibility with the media and just wrestling fans in general because of her martial arts background. So Kandori is definitely a product of the right place, right time, and she's got this like Antonio Inoki look to her with the pompadour and the kimono deal. Just looks exactly like him in a lot of ways, very much on purpose. So let's see here. Meltzer, what's he got to say? At the press conference a few days before the card, everyone was respectful of everyone else when they were brought up to discuss their matches. However, these two did an angle with them challenging one another and threw their shoe at the other, and they were held back from going at it. This was the Weekly Pro Wrestling cover. So yeah, that really that reminds me of those builds of Nagayo and Dump Matsumoto, where, I mean, it's not as crazy as like Dump Matsumoto bringing like a raw chicken and she's swinging it at reporters, but you know, same vibe situation here. From a fan standpoint, it was the most exciting match on the card because they went more than 30 minutes, both bled like crazy, and gave the aura that it was a complete shoot. It was the most exciting match on the card because they went more than 30 minutes, both bled like crazy, and gave the aura that it was a complete shoot, as every submission move was sold like it was about to break an arm or a leg. So that's interesting that he points that out, because when I watch these LLPW matches with Kandori, it's really just the arm bar that's sold, or her knee bar. It's one of those two. And that always comes across in her matches, and that everyone always sells it like if they don't get out of this immediately, they're tapping. And they even book them that way. So that's a lot of credibility. And if you're seeing Kandori for the first time, which I suspect a lot of people were seeing her wrestle for the first time in a match like this, that's exactly how it came off as. So yeah, judo, shooter reputation, Hokuto being the supreme worker, probably amplified that once the match started. Hokuto juiced 2 minutes in after the pile driver on the table. By the end, was drenched in blood. Since Kandori had never juiced before, and apparently they had Wally Yamaguchi as a referee ringside cut both, and he cut Hokuto right above the eye and extremely deep. Kandori was cut twice, but didn't bleed as much from the first cut. Hokuto was hospitalized after the match, needed 15 stitches to close the cut, with Hokuto's blonde hair turning red, similar to the 1986 Dump Matsumoto Chigusa Nagao bloodbath in their hair match. There you go. In the final minutes, they made it appear as they both were about to pass out from exhaustion and blood loss. It ended up with both women knocked out from simultaneous KO punches, but Hokuto managing to drape her arm on Kandori to win. This match was so hot and bloody to set up a proposed hair versus hair match between the two, which will probably take place at the August 25th Budokan Hall show. So, lot to break down there with the match perspective, but yes, the match was extremely physical. Hokuto and Kandori jaw-jacking at each other in the ring. Hokuto screaming, "You're going to have to break it to beat me," kind of situation. And Kandori giving her the big thumbs down, no respect. And that's really an LOPW thing. You saw it in the Rumi Kazuma match earlier where she just goes thumbs down. Bit of an attitude going there. And the post matches were incredible with just putting each other over, and Hokuto saying, of course, that she's the best wrestler, and nothing's going on there. But yeah, this was definitely something reminiscent of the 1980s. It had the fire and fury that we all want to see out of a match like this. I am going, I guess, Big Day 4 3/4. It's just above the Nagayo Masami match because it just had so much more heat. But I'm not going full 5 for various reasons. But like 3 out of 3 recommendation without question. It's up there as a match of legend for a reason, and I'm so glad we got to cover it the way we have. And I'm looking forward to Dream Slam 2 in Osaka, where supposedly it's just a heavy work rate show as well. I hope you enjoyed this little All Japan Women Destiny here. We went much longer as the previous episode because there was just a lot to talk about between these 3 matches, and I wanted to do something special for this particular episode. Okay. Time for WCW. So just talked almost an hour over 3 matches from Dream Slam 1. And now it's time for me to quickly go through August 30th, 1999, Monday Night Nitro from Uniondale, New York, in attendance allegedly of 10,600. I guess it was full, but Bobby Heenan, Shivani on commentary. We're 2 weeks away from Fall Brawl, and we have no matches announced for the show. We're still on the Sid Vicious comes out and pwns dudes, and he's got his personal ref throwing up a sign of his current win record. We finally have commentary after weeks of this saying this is ridiculous. And honestly, I love this storyline. I have essentially chosen to ignore the weeks prior of commentary telling me this streak is real. I have way more fun knowing that it's not real, and Sid is just a psycho Sid. But now we've gotten to the point where as soon as dorks come out for a match, I want Sid to just come out, powerbomb these dudes, and just throw up the sign of his win streak. I don't even want to see those matches anymore. So we're definitely, I've definitely noticed I have been conditioned to not give a shit over the undercard because of that. They definitely did this way too many weeks in a row, and it's completely buried various wrestlers. A fun fact about this particular Nitro was that it was unopposed for the entire show, as Monday Night Raw was preempted from the U.S. Open. I believe it was the tennis. So Raw wasn't on until 11 o'clock Eastern time when Nitro was over. And how does Nitro start off? And they're just like, man, we're going to put on our best show and do things. Nope. We got Dave Taylor and Steven Regal coming out to face Disorderly Conduct. Yes, we're starting the match, and I just want Sid to come out immediately. And sure enough, 4 power bombs to Mike and Tom. And Sid's ranting about being the Millennium Man again in the blue light. It's absurd. So at least I got my wish. Sid gets a discussion from Tony Schiavone, compares his streak to Goldberg's. Goldberg won the U.S. title on his 75th match, even though Sid is now in the 80s. So there you go. I guess that means they won't be dumb enough to take the title off Benoit. Right? Yeah, okay. We get a video recap over Kiss and the Demon making his debut. And then throughout the show, we have Lex Luger saying he doesn't buy Hogan's newfound babyface turn. And tonight he'll show irrefutable evidence that Hogan is lying. And there you go. Let's see here. Scotty Riggs and Lash LaRue. And I thought 100 that Sid Vicious was going to come out again. No. Who comes out in this match was Vampiro and the Insane Clown Posse, known as Deadpool. So that wouldn't fly today with the whole Marvel thing. But weird enough that Lash LaRue pins Scotty Riggs, but not before Vampiro just kind of walks into the ring and hangs out on the turnbuckle. And then Vampiro just go... Or no, I'm sorry. Scotty Riggs pins Lash LaRue. And Vampiro goes to Riggs. He's like, you owe me. So I guess he's recruiting and he's trying to make a new flock kind of situation. They're trying to rekindle that relationship. And you notice Raven's not part of this group anymore. It's because he quit WCW a couple weeks ago. That was the infamous Bischoff rants backstage. If anyone wants to quit, I'll give you your papers right now. And Raven goes, cool, me. I'll quit. We get the Revolution. They have their own shirts. Shane Douglas. This Revolution thing is so bad. Saturn's a dork. Benoit is like the best promo in the group. Dean Malenko says, out with the Evolution, in with the Revolution. It's like, wait, what? Evolution's good, though. You want to evolve. It makes no sense. Saturn wants the TV title at Fall Brawl. We get something later where Rick Steiner doesn't oblige at all. So I guess that's the direction they're heading. But Saturn's a nerd. I hate this dude. He was wearing a dress months ago. What are we doing? But yeah, this just isn't working. They're facing off against nerds and dorks and all the main eventers that they were supposedly starting the revolution against. They're all out of here because Ric Flair is gone again because he hates WCW again. This show sucks. I don't blame him. We haven't seen Piper because he's a broken man, and I guess the crazy angles that they were doing just didn't go well. We move on. Kaz Hayashi against Lodi. This was weird because Lodi's in the match, and then there's does Vampiro come out in this one? No. Does somebody come up? I don't know. They're plugging the WCW Mayhem video game before and during the match. It's wacky. But Lenny Lane, the Cruiserweight champion, he just won it on Thunder or whatever. He gets pinned in this match. So, weird. Bad WCW booking as usual. Pinning people that weren't even in matches to begin with. And I'm going to skip over a lot of this because there's 3 of these things, but Hogan comes out for multiple promos. Same with Lex Luger. There's one where Lex comes out with disheveled hair like a crazy man saying Hogan beat him up in the back from behind. And skip to Hogan saying he'll never stab Sting in the back. He's trying to have credibility that he's still a good guy. Hogan says this weird line where he goes, I will be in the back eating fruits and being cool. Eating fruit and being cool. What? Okay. So finally, all 3 of them are out later because Luger says he references the white Hummer from months ago, where Kevin Nash got crunched in a limo by a white Hummer, and then I think he was just back the next week. He didn't sell it, but Luger presents a photo that, of course, they don't show the camera or anything. It just shows Mean Gene. He's like, it's just Hogan in the NWO black and white so this could be referencing months ago. Him just standing next to a white Hummer, and Hogan just goes, "Well, that proves nothing. How did you get this?" It's like, okay, all right. La Parka and Blitzkrieg. I thought Blitzkrieg had quit at this point in time already. I guess it's yeah, I thought he quit already. But anyways, La Parka and Blitzkrieg versus Rey Mysterio and Eddie Guerrero. Hey, this match was fucking awesome. Guerrero and Mysterio win. Guerrero's just high on the gas. Cool. I recommend this match. This was great. Frog Splash on Blitzkrieg. Yeah, like what? 2 out of 3 rec? This was awesome. It's like the best WCW match I've seen in months. But we finally get the debut of Berlin. And he's followed by his translator, Uta Ludendorff. And a bunch of security guys that look like they're straight out of the Matrix. The camera immediately cuts to a sign that says, "We want Alex Wright." That was really funny. But they got this wacky fucking filter over Berlin during this entire promo segment. And it's like kind of grainy. It looks like it's 340p. It's, I don't know. I could have done without the filter, but this, like with the music, the German Matrix businessmen around him, the on purpose translator where they recognize that Berlin can speak English, but you stupid Americans don't deserve me speaking English. The German language is so much better. I like this. I really did. I love the Berlin look. He seems credible. He, like, everyone knows he's Alex Wright, and he just goes, "You know what? I'm not Alex Wright anymore. I am Berlin." Ich bin Berlin. Ich bin die beste deutsche Wrestler in diesem Kampf, and meiner Wrestling ist sehr Kunst und what did he say? He said it was art and something else. I can't remember the line, but the point is, Ludendorff here. I could have done with a much better German name for the woman, but the translations were correct. Like, I understood the German, and then she translated. I was like, "Yep, that's exactly what he said." She did kind of hesitate on the last line, where she either got camera shy all of a sudden, or she's not actually a German translator and she's just remembering the lines. But dude, Berlin cutting promos in German pisses off the crowd. This presentation rules. I really like it. He calls out Buff Bagwell to be his first victim. Look, WCW is trying to push this man. I think he's a dork, but there is a weird sense of fun to it all. And he just goes, "Buff Bagwell represents everything that is America." And it's like narcissism, overindulgence, and like cocky attitude or whatever. Excellent. Cool. That's, I think, a good victory. I'm into it. Let's fucking go. Let's get Berlin up there. That's cool. I mean, even the name's kind of goofy, but Berlin with a Y. Okay, I'm into it. Whatever. It's 1999. Let's go with it for now. Let's have some fun with Nitro. Kendall Windham, Barry Windham defeat Kenny Chaos and Prince IK to retain the tag titles. Whatever. It's what Van Hammer and Buff Bagwell. Let's see. I know Berlin gets on the stage to look at him. Who? Vampiro comes out for another match. Is it the Mike Enos Evan Courageous match? And Mike Enos gets like the clowns interfere, and then Vampiro goes to Enos, "You owe me." Yeah, we'll go with that match. I think that was the one. But all of a sudden, like, Kiss metal music starts playing, and out from the stage rises this like cardboard structure, and the Kiss demon emerges, and he's got the microphone to him, and he just goes, "Vampiro, not now, not soon," or as he say, what does this fucking clown say? He says, fuck, I should have written it down, but he says something along the lines of like, "But not now, Vampiro, but soon." There's pyro going off, and it's so dumb. Fuck the Kiss Stevens. Hugh Morris and Brian Knobbs. I think this goes to a DQ of against Shane Douglas and Dean Malenko. Yeah, Revolution fighting geeks. Who cares? The First Family, they're called. Knobbs and Morris. They're like, we're the old guys, and you're gonna be. It's mid as mid fuck. It's awesome, or it's awful. Disco Inferno loses to Rick Steiner, puts him away easily. Chris Benoit beats Jerry Flynn. More First Family stuff. A lot of rinse and repeat angles on the show. And then we got our main event, Goldberg Hogan against the Jersey Triad, 3-on-2 handicap match. It was supposed to be, I think it was Goldberg against DDP, but Hogan comes out, begs Goldberg to change it to a handicap match because he wants to beat up the Triad too. DDP, earlier in the show, goes, bald-headed geeks, we will beat you. And of course, you're just like waiting for a DQ or something, but this was a weird finish. Hogan boots and leg drops Bigelow for the pin, but Page hits Goldberg with a chair and a diamond cutter, and as soon as the 3 count happens, like Page rolls out of the ring because Goldberg already popped up from his diamond cutter. So basically a glorified squash match is what we can call this. And as soon as that match ended, so we got 2 weeks in a row of wacky Hogan pins instead of DQs. Kind of strange, but we immediately just jumped to the back, and Sting's frantically going through the back because we're running out of time on the show. And he just bursts open Hogan's locker room door, and there is Macho Man Randy Savage with what's her face on his leg. Shoot, I forget her name now. The hot chick with the big fake boobs. And then we just go off the air. So I guess that Sid is going to challenge Hogan at Fall Brawl, but whatever. Who cares? Look, this has been a long episode. I'm exhausted. Work's been crazy. I'm very tired. I got to catch up on sleep and all this, but this was episode 108. Look towards social media for the rankings updates and everything. And I hope you enjoyed it. See you next time, everybody.